Of the day, ordre du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant du gouvernement, reprise de débat en deuxième lecture.
Resuming debate at second reading. Bill C-10, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I just wanted to start off today. We will be debating C-10, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act. And I want to wish everyone in the House and everyone watching a very Merry Christmas. The bill today that we're debating, Madam Speaker, is a potential gift for all of Canadians, something I think we all hold dear, and about a timely change to the Broadcasting Act. Things have changed so much the last few years with digital content. It's something I think we all can get behind to the change. But being as it is a potential gift for all of Canadians, I actually tried to consult the expert on gifts for all of Canadians at Christmas time. So who did I try to get in touch with, Madam Speaker? It was Santa Claus. And I got to tell you, it was a little bit more difficult this year, and I want you to know, Santa, I tried to get in touch. I'm wearing my favorite Christmas tie that you gave me, and I want to thank you very much. It reminds me about Christmas. But I wanted to get your opinion on this bill, because this is a potential gift for all of Canadians. But as the kids today, as kids around Canada are watching this debate intently, I want them to know that Santa is working hard this year. He's making sure that the elves in the factory are kept very safe. He's following all the protocols, and he wants people just to remember the Christmas message that be kind to your neighbors, reach out to somebody who may be in need, and this is a time about love and community. And this year has certainly been a tough year, so I think all parliamentarians here today can get behind that statement. But, yeah. But because I couldn't get in touch with Santa, I have to use my own opinion on this bill that we're debating today. And as I said, I would love to be able to support it because it is a great gift. But I think I'm going to have to give it a lump of coal, unfortunately. That might increase greenhouse gases, too. Because there are so many faults in this bill, it really is very difficult for me to figure out where exactly I can start. So maybe I'll start, Madam Speaker, with last night. Like many Canadians, my wife and I were at home doing things that Canadians do. No, we were not drinking sortilage and eating tourtière. I think everybody would like to be doing that, but we were actually just streaming a series that my wife likes. We were binging on a series called Virgin River. It's a very interesting type of romantic drama series, a series I would normally not want to watch, but you know, when your wife says she wants to watch a romantic drama series, I think that's really important that we pay attention to that. So I was watching the show, and as far as the visualization, I suddenly was going, well, you know what? That actor, I know that actor. That actress, I've seen her before, that actress. And it was set in potentially Northern California, but it was beautiful.
Order. Somebody has their microphone on. I would just ask members to make sure if they're participating virtually to not have their mics on because it does interfere with the debates. The honourable member for Oshawa.
But as we were sitting around binging, I thought, you know what, I recognize this. And I Googled it, and I found out this show, Virgin River, actually has numerous Canadian actors and actresses. And it's taken place in British Columbia. And I thought, how appropriate we're actually debating this bill. Because this is a company, Netflix, who already knows the quality of Canadian actors, sets, and scenery. But they're really, as far as them doing business in this country, there isn't a lot of rules. And, you know, I've listened to some of the debates, and some of the parliamentarians here feel that big giants like Netflix are actually the bad guys. Well, I got to tell you, I actually think they're a great business. This is the new way. If you asked me a few years ago how I watch TV, this wouldn't be the way we're doing it. And if we can attract more of their investment in this community to take Canadian scenery, Canadian actors and actresses, and spread this out around the world, wouldn't that be wonderful for Canadian culture? Because again, in this House, I think most of us disagree with the Prime Minister when he said, you know, Canadians have no core identity, that we have no distinct culture. We want to be the first post-national state. I think we're proud of our culture, and we want to make sure that going forward in this new technology, this new digital format, that we will be winning in the world, not being set behind. So companies like Netflix, one of the reasons I can't support this is because this bill is not clear on the rules. We know that Canadian providers have to have 25 to 40% Canadian content. They donate or they participate with 5% of their profits into the media fund. But new technologies need new rules, and this legislation falls short. I want to talk about the vagueness of this bill, because I think the goal is really important to have fair and equity put into our system. But this bill doesn't ensure that web giants such as Google and Facebook, for example, will have to compete on the same playing field as Canadian companies. And because it does nothing to address the inequity and between the digital and conventional forms, it's very, very difficult to support this bill. Even the decision making, instead of other countries that have an arbitration board, the decisions are going to be made with orders in council. In other words, the Prime Minister and his cabinet are going to be making decisions on this bill. And Canadians right now are a little bit edgy about this government making all these decisions. They've also allowed the CRTC new broad powers with no clear guidelines and increasing the uncertainty. And like I said, for Canadians to flourish in this new environment, they need certainty. Investors need certainty. And when we're competing around the world, if Australia has their system figured out, but Canada doesn't, where do you think these large international platforms are going to be doing their work? I want to talk about fairness. And Madam Speaker, the last couple of weeks I've been contacted by my local newspapers. We have two really great local newspapers in Oshawa. One is the Oshawa Express, and it's run by sisters Kim Boatman and Sandy McDonald. A great entrepreneurial business run by women. And the other one is Oshawa This Week, and I was contacted by Barb Yezik. And they were talking to me really about this legislation, how important it is to get it right, because right now with COVID, these businesses are struggling. And we need to make sure that when we implement a new piece of legislation that we get it right, but also, Madam Speaker, that it's done in a very timely fashion. And what she explained, or what they explained to me, is the primary issue is how their business model is disrupted by the web giants like Facebook and like Google. Oshawa This Week, for example, Oshawa Express, they're not paid for their content. And as far as the process involved that they're part of, it really isn't transparent on revenue sharing and advertising splits. And just a statistics here that really concerned me when I heard this, and I think it concerns all of us in here, that Facebook and Google pocket up to 80% of the ad revenue in Canada. So just think about that, Madam Speaker. That's a huge amount of money that goes outside of this country. It's huge. And especially during this time of COVID, it's affecting them even more and more severely. Now, the Oshawa Express and Oshawa This Week, basically, they have the bricks and mortar in my community of Oshawa. They pay their local taxes, they pay their national taxes, and they pay reporters to go out and get these stories. And it's just so important, Madam Speaker, that we support these small businesses, these entrepreneurs. And what we're stuck with right now is so much uncertainty, so much lack of traditional income, that I'm really happy that we're acting on this. But again, this bill just doesn't provide a framework and doesn't provide certainty how these businesses are going to be able to continue. We need to make sure they're viable, because it's local media, Madam Speaker, that really tells the truth of our community. They give us access, they come out to our events, and like I said, they actually support Canada and Canadians in everything that we do in our communities. So, Madam Speaker, I only have 1 minute left, but I just wanted to mention that Australia, I think yesterday, passed their legislation. And what that has done is giving businesses who operate in Australia clear guidelines and a way that they can arrange their competitiveness, not only in Australia, but get an idea how they will be able to compete around the world, because the world is getting smaller and smaller every single year. We wanted to talk about in this bill fairness and competitiveness and ensure that content producers are treated fairly. And unfortunately, we don't have that, Madam Speaker. So I'd love to talk a little bit longer, a little bit to talk more about Santa Claus. But with that, Madam Speaker, Merry Christmas to you and all my colleagues in the House. I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And in the spirit of Christmas, I too just want to add a few thoughts, and it's more of appreciation and thank you. Madam Speaker, whether it's the individuals that will protect the House of Commons, whether it's looking underneath the clerk's table on their hands and knees, walking around, making sure we're in this safe environment, to the people that record our Hansards, whether they like it or not, they have to listen to my speeches, for example, Madam Speaker, to those individuals that provide us the meals that are necessary, especially that one kind lady that produces that little special tasting fudge, best fudge in the world, Madam Speaker. There are so many people, our pages, the clerk's table officers, others that make our democracy work here in Ottawa, from the television, and I know I'm missing so many. I just want to express mine and on behalf of the Liberal Caucus's appreciation for all the things they do to make this work, in particular our people that make the hybrid system work too. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I'm not sure if the member for Oshawa wants to add to that.
Well, whenever the parliamentary secretary gets up, it's always very difficult to add, but I do want to take this opportunity to add a few of my own thoughts over the Christmas season. Madam Speaker, we know that this has been a very difficult year, and what I want to say thank you for is for you and my colleagues here in the House, all of the members here, because this has been a tough year, and I think all of us have shown that if we work together, we can ensure that just like Santa's making sure the elves are safe in the factory to make sure that they can get things out and everybody can have a wonderful Christmas, we've been working together very well to make sure that Canadians have a wonderful way forward in 2021. Thank you very much.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Manicouagan.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I wonder if he, like the Bloc Québécois, believes that the francophone proportion of production is important, whether it should be set something like 40%. Does my colleague agree with the Bloc's position?
Oshawa.
Moi, et je pense que tous mes collègues.
I and my colleagues in the opposition all believe that Quebec culture is Canadian culture, and it's very important to support Canadian culture.
My speech, we would love to be sitting at home having some sortilage and torture, and that's one of my family traditions and part of my culture. So this is one of the flaws of the bills, and I want to thank my colleague from the Bloc for bringing that up, because Quebec culture is Canadian culture, and we love our country, we love Quebec, every province in our wonderful country, and we need to support that moving forward.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Madam Speaker, I was very pleased this week to hear the Conservative Party support the NDP's position, which is that web giants should also be paying taxes. We agree that the Broadcasting Act needs to be updated and modernized after 28 years. We need all participants in the system to contribute. But here with the Liberals, there's only partial coverage. Many stakeholders are not included, such as internet service providers, YouTube, other social media, and others that are becoming broadcasting platforms. Does my colleague not believe that all of these stakeholders should also contribute?
Oshawa.
Madam Speaker, we do want to have a level playing field, and I am going to say something that is a little controversial perhaps with the NDP and the Liberals. There are other ways of doing that, because I mentioned in my speech, this is a new world. We have to be competitive internationally. So one of the ways we could do that, as my colleague said, maybe increase taxes and tax everyone. But there is another approach to traditionally the Conservatives take. Why don't we lower taxes and allow the playing field to develop the way it should in that regard, to make Canada all across the board more competitive. So how we move forward on this to level that playing field, I know we're in huge deficits right now. We may have to work together in this challenging environment to come up with a good solution. But what's important is everyone's treated fairly, equitably, and Canada becomes competitive because we have the talent here, we have the resources to compete around the world. And wouldn't it be great to see more Canadian talent out there around the world?
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Steveston, Richmond East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, I'm glad the government has finally brought this long-awaited modernization of the Broadcasting Act, aka Bill C-10. Too often, government regulations have fallen far behind human innovations and progress, such as those for unmanned aerial vehicles, aka drones, or various forms of shared economy. As another example, it is definitely encouraging to see 15 years after its founding and 10 years after YouTube reached 1 billion views, the Act is being updated for social media platforms. However, my initial exit to genuinely reform the Act for the 21st century. I therefore find it challenging to cast my support for it. Let me explain. In my research, preparing for this speech, I came across Dr. Michael Geist's criticism of the faults, the proposed changes in Bill C-10. In fact, there are so many problems. He posts a daily blog called the Broadcasting Act Blunder. Allow me to mention a few highlights from his blog. C-10 as a broadcast reform bill could spell the end of Canadian ownership requirement by removing Canadian ownership and control requirements from the Broadcasting Act. Yet the Heritage Minister says the bill would safeguard cultural sovereignty. Secondly, the bill in no way prevents online streaming services from operating in Canada or requires them to be licensed. It instead requires registration, which may result in nondescript additional regulations and conditions that are, quote, virtually indistinguishable from licensing requirements. Well, then when the Liberals claim it ensures that online broadcasting is covered under the Act, why is it covered in such indecisive terms then? The bill creates uncertainty, increases consumer bill costs, creates a risk for tariffs and blocking content from Canada. And yet the government calls the bill a matter of fairness. Michael Geist is not somebody, another one of those regular Canadians that this elitist government looks down upon. He is a Canadian academic. In fact, he is the Canada Research Chair in Internet and E-commerce Law at the University of Ottawa and a member of the Centre for Law, Technology and Society. He holds multiple law degrees from prestigious institutions and has taught around the world. It would be fair to take his misgivings on this bill seriously. But back to fairness. Let's take a closer look at that. The Liberals say they are updating broadcasting and regulatory policies to better reflect the diversity of Canadian society. Then how is it fair to only virtual signal with much empty aspirations on gender equality, LGBTQ2+, racialized communities, persons with disabilities, and Indigenous peoples without specifying how the changes will help them then? Is it fair to arm the CRTC with new enforcement powers through an administrative monetary penalty scheme, which when translated into English means government's overreach, potentially ending in a windfall of cold, hard cash? And speaking of cash, is it fair the government had used the pandemic to repeatedly seek more unchecked power for itself, all the while drowning Canadians in a projected $1.2 trillion in national debt? That's a credit card debt of more than $63,000 for each of the Facebook Canada's alleged 19 million registered users in this country. Estimates indicate that if online broadcasters are taxed for Canadian content at a rate similar to that of traditional broadcaster, the new framework would create a $830 million government windfall in 3 years by 2023. So in addition to power grabs, the government also wants a cash grab. But the obvious turnaround to this is increased costs. When someone is going to pay for fees that are projected to run into hundreds of millions of dollars, it's only obvious the burden will fall on Canadian consumers. None of this is fair to Canadians. Bill C-10 follows a pattern we have become all too familiar with this year. Bold intentions, little clarity, empty promises, failure to deliver meaningful changes. Madam Speaker, I for one am tired of seeing our governments feeding Canadians word salad for every meal. It is past time for a meaty and substantial policy to be put forward. Bill C-10 hands massive new powers to the CRTC, Canada's telecommunication and broadcast regulator, to regulate online streaming services, opening the door to mandated Canadian content, aka CanCon payments, discoverability requirements, even though we have no issue discovering Canadian contents on any capable search engine today without it, and confidential information disclosures all backed by new fining powers. Many of the details will be sorted out by the beefed up CRTC bureaucracy long after the legislation is gone. The specific will take years to unfold, in the meanwhile leaving Canadians in uncertainty and insecurity. Some are even estimating it will take 9 months alone to undertake the very first regulatory phase. Thankfully, from where I'm sitting, it appears that Canadians are not being fooled this time. They are calling for beneficial legislation that would tax multi-billion-dollar foreign corporations, such as Google and Facebook. They realize this bill will kick the legs out from under small content creators. They know this bill is a surrender of any meaningful priority. My office has been receiving notices from online campaigners asking to compel the CRTC to regulate online broadcasters, updated CBC mandates and governance structure, making sure social media companies are responsible for the illegal content they broadcast, and saying, quote, any updated broadcasting act that doesn't tackle these key issues isn't good enough to defend Canadian broadcasting, culture, and journalism, unquote. I might add, the bill lacks definition to clarify application for social media services and user-generated content. For example, if a friend of mine had set up a subscriber-funded online broadcasting app to live stream programs of current Canadian affairs and commentaries, unlike the author of this act seems to assume, he is doing this on his own and not relying on any of the big box social media platforms. His single operator platform would then be subjected to CRTC's mercy to allow his exercise in freedom of expression and speech at best, or it will get buried out of business under the mounds of bureaucratic red tapes at worst. It is clear C-10 does not meet the concerns of regular people. I believe government control should be adequate and not overarching. As Andrew Coyne writes in the Globe and Mail, how far the state's regulatory tentacles will now extend will depend in large part on how the CRTC interprets its new powers, and the bill's language gives plenty of room to worry. And I agree. He is not alone in holding this view, though, Madam Speaker. Laura Tribe, Executive Director of Open Media, an Internet watchdog group, has issued an urgent warning that, quote, the minister has created an artificial sense of crisis around Canadian culture content that is surviving and flourishing in the 21st century. Amid all the other crises we have experienced this year, I hardly think now is the time or place to be manufacturing a new one to hide bad policy. Madam Speaker, when it comes to bills like C-10 that makes claim as bold as they do, I again agree with Andrew Coyne when he says, you can lead a horse to culture, but you can't make it watch. on the last day of the House sitting, I wish you and every member of the House of Commons Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and Happy Holidays. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I tend to disagree with the member in terms of his comments with respect to whether it's the CRTC or the importance of Canadian content. I believe that CRTC has done Canadians exceptionally well over the years. And when we take a look at the importance of Canadian content, not only is it provides opportunities for our wonderful, talented people that we have from coast to coast to coast, but it also creates literally thousands of jobs. This is the type of legislation that's going to move us forward at ensuring that we do have Canadian content, that there's going to be good middle-class jobs that will even flow out of this. There's so much good within the legislation, and I'm wondering if the member could indicate whether or not he believes that after it gets to committee, and we hope to see it to go to committee, that he would have some amendments that would make it better legislation from his perspective.
Our member for Steveston, Richmond East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for raising a good question. But perhaps, unlike him, I don't live in a 0 or 1 world. I believe there is a balance that we have to strike. The CRTC definitely has historically been delivering values to Canadians, and we have seen that that's good work. But it doesn't mean that we should give all the powers to CRTC, even overarching powers. It's interesting that the movie that I enjoy most about Canadian duality, cultural duality, it's actually a Hollywood movie called Bon Cop, Bad Cop, and I am still rewatching that. So thank you for your suggestion. I'll take that in heart. Thank you.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
Je remercie mon collègue.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. There's something in C10 that's been left out. Now, in Quebec, there is the dubbing industry, which is something that's been hard hit by the current crisis. And I was talking with someone from the dubbing industry who said that if all funds invested in productions in Canada, in Vancouver for English-speaking productions, for example, if all of them were funded using taxpayers' money, were dubbed in Quebec, artists would survive for years and years. We wouldn't even need need the Americans for that. Now there are films and series that we produce here, and they're dubbed in France. What does my colleague think about that? Should we not, where in situations where Canadian taxpayers' money is used to produce the films, should they be dubbed in Quebec?
East.
Is it bad?
Madam Speaker, I believe Quebec is a nation that is actually a great part of Canada, in a united Canada. And that's why, if there's any way that we can bring jobs back to Canada, I'll be in full support of it. There are other provinces, I might add, that also are, with Francophone Canadians living in New Brunswick, in Northern Alberta. So definitely. And just like there are many Anglophones living in Quebec as well.
Just ask the member for Renfrew Nipissing Pembroke to make sure that her microphone is off. Go ahead. The honourable member for Steveston, Richmond East, he can finish up his thought.
Thank you. And so I think together we are stronger, and in the cultural duality of Canada, I think the Francophone and the Anglophone culture will make us win more contracts and create more jobs in Canada. Thank you.
For a brief question, the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his speech. One thing that he didn't really talk about is about the monopolistic anti-competitive practices of Facebook and Google and how they're taking over the share of revenue. And we know that in this bill, it's not captured how they can protect the lifeline of newspapers and journalists in our country. But Australia's put forward new legislation that will require no government funding to ensure that local content is protected and they get a share of revenue from those web giants. Does he agree that the web giants aren't paying their fair share and they need to pay more and protect local journalism like Australia?
A brief response from the member for Steveston, Richmond East.
Madam Speaker, I thank the colleague from bringing that up. I think it's a worthy consideration for Canadians to any Canadian governments to actually take into consideration. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, as the Member of Parliament for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, I take this opportunity to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. To my constituents, thank you for all your support, and it's a great honor to represent you in the Parliament of Canada. I welcome this opportunity to express the concerns of my constituents regarding Bill C-10, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act and to make related and consequential amendments to the other acts. The challenge I have as a legislator is, do the changes to the Broadcast Act, which was originally enacted under a previous Conservative government, outweigh the concerns of Canadians regarding the steady erosion of free speech in Canada? When the Minister of Canadian Heritage started talking about hate speech and fake news, it pandered to the less tolerant, the alt-left crowd. Their agenda is to silence the diversity in the voices in Canada. Canadians have every reason to be concerned. The Prime Minister goes to the United Nations and says one thing and then denies his own words when questioned about his version of the Great Reset he's planned for Canada. It's not in the best interest of Canadians to turn the CRTC into some kind of censor board beyond the reach of Parliament. And I proudly speak today as a member of Parliament for the Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke riding, which is ripe with Canadians and their stories, together with the storytellers. Canadians are proud of our stories. The storytellers want to share their stories with the world. This government claims Bill C-10, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act, will support the Canadian storytellers. We all know it won't support all Canadian storytellers, just the government-approved storytellers. And what is the price to support this government-approved storytellers? According to the government, the financial price is close to $1 billion. But what about the cost to freedom of expression, regulating the internet, demanding control over algorithms, restricting foreign programming? Is this really a price Canadians wish to pay to not watch Central Committee-approved bland television production? If Canadians knew the real cost and consequences of the Liberal bill to regulate the internet, what they really were, they would reject it entirely. There are three things the Canadians need to understand about this bill. First, it's a deception. They're changing the very definition of the words in order to grab some money for their friends. Second, it is an attack on freedom of expression. Mandating speech is the same as restricting speech. Third, in proclaiming to support diversity, this government will reduce diversity of stories that Canadians have access to. And this will have a particular set of consequences for new Canadians and refugees who speak neither of the two official languages. This is what happens when governments strip our liberties away. The least powerful pay the highest price. But we all bear a cost, and that's the reason for this deception. They cannot be honest about what they're doing because what they're doing violates the Charter. It violates freedom of expression. So we have the deception, the attack on free speech, and the attack on diversity. And let's begin with the deception. For that, we need to go back to why we have a Broadcast Act. Why is there a Broadcast Act regulating television and radio, but not Newsprint Act regulating newspapers? Because newspapers use their own print and paper to express their views. Broadcasters use public airwaves to broadly cast out electromagnetic signals, which televisions and radio receivers can pick up. Airwaves are a classic public good. Broadcasters can't use the same frequency or their signals become lost. Frequencies have to be allocated by the government, or else everyone would broadcast on every frequency and nobody would get a signal. For-profit broadcasters cannot charge customers for the signal after they've already broadcasted out. The broadcasters were introduced to advertisers, and they all made a lot of money. The governments later told these broadcasters, in returning for making huge profits from public airwaves, they'd be required to support Canadian storytellers, artists, and musicians. Canadians were largely supportive of using Canadian airwaves to support Canadians. Even when cable came along, government had a role in regulating cable monopolies for the public good. Now, this arrangement was good for the companies, good for the government, funded committee-approved storytellers, and good for the advertisers. Any Canadian with a radio, TV, and some rabbit ears could watch or listen to the free entertainment. The business model was simple. Cast out the programs to the broadest audience possible, then sell the viewership to the advertisers. Canadian consumers of music and stories received quantity over quality. But then the internet came along and changed everything. It changed everything for advertisers. Just ask the newspapers who, ironically enough, now lobby for a newsprint act to bail them out. It changed everything for musicians and storytellers. Just ask Justin Bieber if he'd have the globe-spanning career were it not for YouTube. And it changed everything for consumers. No longer did they have to sit at a specific time to watch a somewhat decent program. Now they can watch when they want, but more importantly, they can watch really, really what they want. For nearly 70 years, the biggest change in TV broadcasting was color TV. Then in the last 20 years, everything from production to distribution has been revolutionized. In response to this tremendous revolution in technology and entertainment and in opportunities, in response to all the change, this government's only play is to fall back on a 70s era protectionist talking points and slap a 1930s era legislation on a 21st century technology. It's old. And it's tired, and it's a deception. These companies don't use public airwaves to broadcast out a signal. It's ridiculous to call them broadcasters. The only reason they're doing it is to stretch the justification of regulating public airwaves into a justification for regulating private viewing. Now, as I said in my initial remarks, they have to commit this deception to hide the truth. This is regulating expression. It's a limit on speech. Our freedom of speech and our freedom of expression are not just about the right to be heard. It's also about the right to hear, to listen, to see, to understand. It's a human right, not a Canadian privilege. What is a privilege is to live in a time and a place where we can experience stories from any human on Earth. The internet has turned all of us into both broadcasters and receivers. This government seeks to regulate that. It seeks to control it. It wants to put the toothpaste back into the tube and turn the clock back to the 70s. They want to bring back the beachcombers, but it's not going to happen. It's 2020. And if there's ever been a year when Canadians appreciate the ability to watch what they want when they want it, it's now. This government has a different plan. They want to regulate what you can watch. They want to charge a tax on these streamers to even have the opportunity to offer Canadians any kind of programming. Madam Speaker, these new taxes and regulations will cut Canadians off from a growing, rich, diverse array of new streaming services from all across the world. The Liberal attack on freedom of expression is an attack on diversity. And the Liberals claim this tax will help them fund a new film school of grads with diverse backgrounds. But what about the thousands of diverse Canadians who lose out? Does this Liberal government really believe an Indian Bollywood streaming service is going to stay in the Canadian market if it's required to produce an unprofitable amount of programming? The grandmother who recently arrived on a family reunification visa sure better hope so. She might be in luck due to the millions of Canadians who watch those films. But what about new Canadians from different countries? Will every foreign language streaming service in every country be required to produce Canadian content? Okay, Madam Speaker, I see you signaling. Thank you for your indulgence.
I'm sure the honourable member will be able to add more during questions and comments. Questions and comments, the honourable member for Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Bill C-10 is a good piece of legislation amending the Broadcasting Act. We need to recognize that things have changed since many of the shows that the member has referenced. And when you factor in things such as the internet and the importance of ensuring that there is a Canadian content, I think that the member needs to get a better realization in terms of just how important it is for the Government of Canada to recognize that Canadian content matters to Canadians. And we do have a role, and Bill C-10 is going to ensure that there is an ongoing role. And I'm wondering if the member could be fairly clear and a little bit more transparent in terms of what she believes. Does she believe that, for example, CRTC and the Government of Canada have any role in ensuring Canadian content?
The honourable member for Renfrew-Nipissing Pembroke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague, who doesn't realize we're on C-10, not C-210, it doesn't seem to understand either that it is a bit like apples and oranges. This government can pass a law renaming oranges as online apples, but it won't cause the oranges to grow in Canada. It's not just the diversity of languages, but the diversity of genres. There are streaming services for anime and horror, for documentaries and classic movies. It's going to be quite a challenge for a classic movie service to produce new Canadian content. The Liberals might be hoping these protectionist barriers will allow Canadian-owned streaming services to start up. They think these Canadian companies will be able to afford the rights to streamcast all over foreign shows, maybe for some of the big genres, but they'll never have the same catalog of shows.
Questions and comments? The
honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her speech. In terms of the issue today, it's important to talk about it because there's the whole issue of local press coverage. We're talking about local media and press. There's a cooperative radio in my region, M105, and they really had to work hard to make ends meet. And this model could work, but they need government assistance. Yesterday, when I met with them, they told me that the government gave some media advantage to social media. And there's an extraordinary person who works there who's told us about the importance about not forgetting about local coverage of information. It's a whole question of being able to survive, allow our companies to survive in our regions.
Renfrew-Nipissing Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, that was the rationale with having the taxpayer-funded CBC. But CBC pulled out all of the local communities and is now broadcasting out of Toronto. Here in Renfrew-Nipissing Pembroke, we lost our only local broadcaster, which then went off to Ottawa and became part of another conglomerate. So this is a way to get local news. We've got many Facebook groups and startups that produce the local news that we're interested in hearing. So this Broadcast Act does nothing to help local content.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for her comments. She just spoke about CBC and the fact that CBC is no longer in local communities, and I wonder if she would be supportive of contributing more funding to the CBC and doing more to protect our cherished public broadcaster so that they don't have to minimize their participation in our local communities, but they also don't have to resort to tandem broadcasting on our public platforms.
Well,
the member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Well, Madam Speaker, what I'd really like to see is perhaps a CBC station back at the empty radio station that we have right now. And insofar as wanting to fund more to CBC, I think that they're already rebroadcasting CNN, and they're not doing anything with the money they have right now. They're just copying other news from the States. So we might as well be watching those other stations since they're not putting any original content on.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise and speak on Bill C-10, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act to make related and consequential amendments to other acts. This Bill C-210 comes out of the Yale report that was filed in February of 2020. There is 97 recommendations in that act, Madam Speaker, 97 recommendations that dealt with communications in Canada, social media, copyright, taxation, web giants, and advertising fees to ensure the sustainability of traditional media. However, C-10 is just limited to one portion of that, and that's the Broadcasting Act. Madam Speaker, it is our honourable colleague across the way, the Parliamentary Secretary, and we've all heard this. We've all sat through this debate, and we've talked about it time and again. The last time that the Broadcasting Act has been amended was 28 years ago. 28 years ago, Madam Speaker, a lot of things have changed. I had hair probably way back then. Madam Speaker, believe it or not, I wasn't a grandfather, I was a father. But you know, Madam Speaker, the internet was just coming through, and I can still remember the sound of the dial-up at that time. And you know, and did you get through? No, I'm still waiting. And uploading, Madam Speaker, Amazon was not available. Netflix wasn't available. You couldn't dial up your phone and call for Popeye's chicken that my office did just the other day, just to surprise us in the office. And there's a lot of things that have changed, Madam Speaker. And so we believe as Conservatives that this act should be changed. It should be amended. It should bring us into the modern age. Sadly, what we've seen is that there are a lot of flaws in this piece of legislation. It doesn't go far enough. And just as we've seen time and time again, where we're getting the just trust us. We'll get the amendments through, and we'll work together, and we'll get the amendments through. You know, Madam Speaker, I mentioned some of the online companies such as Netflix and Prime and Amazon and Google. There's nothing to force companies like Facebook and Google to pay their fair share. The bill doesn't address royalty sharing by these companies for content that's delivered via their digital platform. You know, our colleague from the bloc actually mentioned about local content. I remember, I live in a rural area, and I remember when CBC, you could turn on CBC, the radio, and there'd be messages from one community to the next about road closures and to families about somebody being sick. Just giving a heads up, that's what local content is when we live in a rural area. That's what our national broadcaster served us in those days. I remember fondly the locally produced movies and television shows like Beachcombers and The Littlest Hobo. Does anybody remember The Littlest Hobo? Right? You know, we are getting away from our roots, and we all believe and we all know that there should be more Canadian content. But this Act, C-10, just scratches the surface as to really what we should be looking at more, Madam Speaker. You know, the minister will no doubt argue that it's difficult to amend legislation quickly, which I will agree. It's a tough job to do, but as legislators, as the 338 members of this House, we are sent here to do a job. We're sent here to be the voices of those who don't have a voice. We're sent here to ask hard questions of the government. And we're sent here to work collaboratively with the government on issues and matters that matter most to Canadians. You know, Madam Speaker, over the last while in working with my, on my file, my mental health file, as Special Advisor to, on mental health and wellness to our official leader, I've been looking at CRTC closely for the last little while. One of the things that C10 does in this latest iteration, it gives CRTC a lot of powers. And I'll bring you back to 2006. In 2006, the Canadian Association of Suicide Prevention went to CRTC and asked for changes to the Telecommunications Act to allow Canada to have a 3-digit suicide prevention hotline. Now imagine, Madam Speaker, if all those years ago, 14 years ago to now, imagine all the lives that we could have saved. When minutes count, we've proven that when we remove all those barriers, when minutes count, a simple help should only be a simple 3-digit number away. Madam Speaker, suicide is a nonpartisan issue for me. I've spoken on it in this House a number of times, whether it's mental health, mental illness, mental injury. I believe that as parliamentarians, we can do more. We can leave a legacy of action. I think legislatures and parliaments from across our world are filled with shelves of books that just collect dust, studies that just collect dust. I remember prior to coming into this House in 2015, my predecessor, the former MP for Caribou Prince George, told me, Dick Harris told me, you never know how long you're going to be in this role. So make it count. Leave a legacy of action. And I hope people have seen that that's what we do. Every time that we're here, every time that we speak with sincerity. And we speak with passion of those that don't have a voice. We bring their voices to this House. Now more than ever, the mental health of Canadians is being tested. Throughout this pandemic, we've seen higher rates of anxiety, depression, domestic violence, substance abuse, alcohol abuse. And, Madam Speaker, we're seeing higher rates of suicide and suicidal ideation. The suicide crisis within our First Nations communities is getting to near epidemic levels. I remember our very first emergency debate in this House. It was on the Awapaskat First Nation suicide epidemic. And there was a member across the way that said he's been in this House for about 10 years. And sadly, the very first emergency debate that he did was on the suicide epidemics in our First Nations. And his comment was, sadly, not much has changed in the 10 years that he has been in the House. Madam Speaker, I believe we can leave a legacy of action. And I don't believe in doing things half-measured. You know, C10 is half measures. The Conservatives believe that there are things that we should look at, that there are changes that need to be in place. Madam Speaker, 1 in 10 Canadians will die by suicide today alone. That number is rising. We know the statistics are likely higher. When there's an emergency, dialing 911 is instinctual. We know that. And when you're in need of help in times of a crisis, you don't want to dial a number and be asked to be put on hold or get a recording. The same could be said for someone who may not want to help or to end their lives. If they're seeking help, when they're ready to seek for help, they should be able to access it immediately. So let's clear up confusion and give Canadians a simple and easy to remember 3-digit number to turn to. That's real concrete action that will save Canadian lives. Help should only be 3 digits away. Now, Madam Speaker, getting back to C10, if the CRTC had said yes to the original request to have a 3-digit suicide prevention hotline back in 2006, man, we've been miles ahead of the United States, our counterparts. Yet they have managed, in the crazy partisan way that they are down in the U.S. in their politics, that they have managed in a bipartisan way to come to an agreement to secure and launch a national suicide prevention hotline, a 988 suicide prevention hotline. However, as I stand here today, 14 years later, after the very first time it was presented to the CRTC in 2006, the U.S. is ahead of us. Madam Speaker, I think we can do better. I think we can do better. Many issues that we have in terms of C10 is that it does nothing to get social media like Facebook and Google to pay their fair share. Nothing to address the issue of royalties, sharing to media content, shared on digital media. It does nothing to actually provide guidelines to how we're going to increase our French content. Madam Speaker, it just skims the surface. As I said before, in 2015, I came here not to do things with half measure, to do things with full measure. I also believe, Madam Speaker, that we should continue to examine this bill. I hope the Minister will accept the various amendments that will be brought forward by all opposition parties. Madam Speaker, let's bring 988 to Canada, and let's do better with C10. Thank you very much.
The honourable member will have 5 minutes for questions and comments after question period when we start the debate on this again. Statements by members. The honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the many individuals in Mississauga Lakeshore who have demonstrated so much generosity during these difficult times. My heartfelt thanks to our local healthcare professionals at Trillium Health Partners and all other healthcare and frontline workers in the fight against COVID-19 for their service and courage. To Arma House, Interim Place, the Compass Food Bank, and our faith-based groups and community organizations for their work to protect the most vulnerable. To our local businesses, restaurants, and initiatives like Feed Mississauga for preparing thousands of meals for those in need. To the Mississauga Lakeshore Constituency Youth Council for their leadership, and the Mississauga Seniors Council for their tireless advocacy for the rights and needs of seniors. Let's draw comfort and strength from all the amazing ways in which our community has come together in the face of this pandemic. Madam Speaker, a Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and Happy Kwanzaa. My very best wishes to everyone for the holiday season and for the new year. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Madam Speaker, in Saskatoon, the University of Saskatchewan is home to Vito Intervac, Canada's very own solution for a COVID-19 vaccine. Last January, Vito Intervac researchers were among the first in the world to isolate the COVID-19 virus and were testing a prototype vaccine in animals by March. Vito asked the federal government for funding to speed up their development timeline, but their request has not been approved. So why haven't we heard any more of this made-in-Canada vaccine while massive multinational companies are getting theirs approved? Simple answer, the Prime Minister has decided not to support made-in-Canada vaccines and has instead signed billion-dollar contracts with foreign multinational corporations. The Liberals are putting the financial gain of the pharmaceutical industry first at the expense of Canadians, Saskatoon, and Vito Intervac. The result? The United Kingdom and the US are producing their own vaccines. In Canada, the Prime Minister has put us at the mercy of other countries. Shame on him, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Gatineau. Madam Speaker, 2020 was not the year we were expecting. Our government took exceptional aid measures to face the pandemic. In Gatineau, among other things, that represents $6.8 million for seniors, a more generous Canada Child benefit for nearly 20,000 children, more than $1 million in emergency assistance for food banks and local organizations, 211 youth summer jobs, and valuable assistance for businesses and workers, including CERB and the wage subsidies. These measures would never have been possible without the extraordinary work of our public servants. Gatineau has also seen important advances, including the Gatineau 2 Preservation Centre, the Rabibus Lorraine Station, the renovation of a Service Canada Centre, and data update, which has confirmed the need for a 6th crossing. The people of Gatineau have shown great resilience in 2020, and thanks to everyone, better days are on the horizon. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Madam Speaker, V2V Black Hops Brewery is an amazing social enterprise in my riding that raises funds to help with military and first responders PTSD programs. However, because they are a relatively new business, they have not qualified for the wage subsidy and were prevented from accessing the commercial rental assistance program. They are also unable to qualify for the new rental subsidy. In July, I raised this issue with the Minister of National Revenue. I gave a copy of that letter to her parliamentary secretary in September. I followed up with both with an email in October. I also notified the Minister of Small Business of this issue in November. Here we are in December, and I have still yet to receive any reply, let alone acknowledgement. The Liberals quickly provided billions of dollars for large corporations, but haven't budged when asked to improve programs for new small businesses. This is an unacceptable lump of coal for this Christmas, and I again urge the government to step up and fix these programs.
The honourable member for Brampton North.
Madam Speaker, this holiday season has been unlike any other and has brought unique challenges while exacerbating older ones. Food insecurity in Brampton and all across Canada has only increased due to the pandemic, and while our government has invested another $100 million to support food banks and food security groups, I'm grateful to all of our local organizations working hard to provide the essentials that families need to get by. In my riding of Brampton North, the Heart Lake Baptist Church Food Pantry has done amazing work providing fresh, healthy foods, handmade scarves and hats, and baby supplies to those that need it most. The Heart Lake Baptist Church is a prime example of how important faith-based organizations are in helping us get through this pandemic. The Heart Lake Baptist Church truly embodies the Christian principles of generosity of spirit and of helping thy neighbor. Thank you to all of you for your hard work, and I wish you a very Merry Christmas. And to all Canadians.
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
This year has been hard on everyone across our great country. So with my last 60 seconds of 2020, I want to offer a few insights. 2020 is not the new normal. We'll get back to our regular lives. Our children will return to their normal lives at school and have sleepovers with their friends. Their activities and sports will return to being actual games and competitions. This Christmas we'll be coming together with family and friends over Zoom or Skype. This is not normal and should never be accepted as normal. Our lives should be our lives. We should and will be able to have friends and families in our houses and backyards again. I want to speak to the constituents from Regina Louvain and the people across the country say there will be a few more tough times ahead, but there's a flicker of light and hope. The end of this is all coming nearer. We need to show and know that there's optimism and opportunity in 2021. I have no doubt that with the first backyard barbecue or the opening day of our kids' flag football, soccer, or dance, 2020 will slowly begin to fade. And the possibilities and bright futures for us and will come into view in 2021 and beyond. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Our member for Mississauga Centre.
Madam Speaker, I rise in the House to share the sad news of the passing of Father Marcos Marcos. Father Marcos was born in Sohag, Egypt. He attended Hartford University in Connecticut, where he received a bachelor's degree in divinity and then went on to receive a master's degree in psychology. In 1964, he was ordained by Pope Kyrillos and came to Toronto. He became the first Coptic Orthodox priest in North America. For years, Father Marcos traveled across North America to serve members of the Coptic community. He was instrumental in establishing the first churches in Toronto, Montreal, Los Angeles, and New York. Last year, he was honored for 55 years of faithful service. He was beloved by everyone. When I offered my condolences to Father Angelos yesterday, he told me, and I quote, "Father Marcos was truly an inspiration and a role model for all of us. I extend my sincere condolences to Father Marcos' family and the entire Coptic community in Canada and around the world."
The Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to speak today to congratulate a prominent figure in Acadie, Loriot Roy. He is a constituent and he has been named to the Order of Canada. He's a former president of the New Brunswick Acadia Society. He received the Order of Canada for his ongoing commitment to improving post-secondary education and for his commitment to the Acadian community. He was director of the New Brunswick Community College at Bathurst and assistant deputy minister responsible for francophone community colleges in New Brunswick. He was also secretary general and vice president at the Atlantic Co-op, editor and director general of the Acadie Nouvelle Daily. He was the director of Acadie Press, and he's currently on the board of the Belledune Port. I would like to personally thank Mr. Roy for his contributions in education, his commitment to our communities, and his ongoing support for Acadians. My sincere congratulations on this highly deserved distinction. Congratulations, Mr. Roy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, last September, the memorial of the late Edmonton Police Constable Ezio Ferrone, who was murdered in the line of duty, was desecrated. Sadly, this is not an isolated incident, but part of a trend in which memorials dedicated to police and other first responders are the target. In response, I've worked with Senator Leo Housakis in drafting Bill S-221, which Senator Housakis introduced earlier this week, that will add significant penalties to the criminal code for anyone convicted of vandalizing a memorial dedicated to first responders. This legislation will ensure that perpetrators of such reprehensible acts are held accountable to the fullest extent of the law, while honoring the legacy of first responders who have given their lives.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The holidays are coming up, as a period where we should all show our generosity, and I would like to take a moment to thank everyone in my riding who has made this pandemic more bearable.
Spirits and goods for families in need. Local artist Andy Cook and Hall of Fame artist Brian Greenway from April Wine playing free online shows to brighten up our evenings. And Gurinder Singh Johal and Sarvdeep Singh Bath from the Punjabi Sports and Cultural Association, who delivered pallets of foods to our food bank Moisson le Sud-Ouest. Et même Suzanne Laventure,
I'd also like to thank Susan Laventure or Madeleine Turgeon. Their sewing angels started making masks on a volunteer basis. Organizations are working on a daily basis to collect food and funds. 12-year-old Mayela personally knit hats for people in need. I'm happy to say that the list is a long one, and that is why our community will come out of this stronger than ever. I would like to wish all constituents a better 2021 than 2020 was.
For Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Madam Speaker, 2020 has been a tough year for our communities and for many, many families. During this Christmas season, local food banks need the support of those able to lend a helping hand. I'm proud to celebrate Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon's local organizations, emergency services, and business associations who have faithfully rallied residents to stock the shelves at local food banks. I wish I could name them all, but thankfully there's simply too many in the short time I have today. But I would like to highlight St. Joseph's Food Bank in Mission. They've joined forces with Mission Community Services and the Christmas Bureau to amplify their efforts. During this holiday time, I invite you to donate to St. Joseph's at missionfoodbank.com to help others. To all the constituents of Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon able to give, thank you for your generosity. I wish you and yours a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
This year, the holiday season will look quite different, and as we prepare to celebrate safely at home, I encourage my constituents of Kildonan and St. Paul to continue their spirit of generosity, to love thy neighbour, and support those in need in our community. Many of our beloved Winnipeg organizations have stepped up over these past 9 difficult months. Siloam Mission recently opened the Buehler Center, which provides additional room for more beds, health services, and employment and spiritual care supports. Gwen Sector Creative Living Center created a program that delivers hundreds of hot meals to seniors in need in the community. The Knoll Center and Marymount continue to provide youth in need safe places to live with 24/7 professional support to help them overcome challenges from difficult childhoods. And Harvest Manitoba is preparing thousands of hampers to be distributed across Manitoba over the holidays. I am so proud to represent such a generous community, and I wish my constituents a very Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Madam Speaker, as we gather on this last sitting day of the year, I'm reflecting on the way our communities have pulled together over the past 9 months. In Northwest BC, we've seen it before. In 2018, wildfires tore through and people risked their lives to save their neighbors' properties. No matter our differences, when the chips are down, you can count on rural folks to take care of each other. Last night, I spoke with a group of doctors in the tiny community of Fort St. James. They have dozens of COVID cases there right now and expect things to get worse. They're working day and night to save their neighbors' lives, just like healthcare workers in communities all across Canada. We need to have their backs. I'm thinking today about families in Fort St. James and Binche and Tache, Nacasli, and in every tiny remote community across Canada that is struggling to safeguard their loved ones in the face of this virus. In every gesture of mutual support, every act of care and concern, we are writing the story of who we are as a country. It matters now more than ever. Merry Christmas.
L'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinon.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinon. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Supply management is at the heart of our agricultural system. We need to protect it. Despite the promises of the Canadian political parties, our trade partners will always want more. For example, the ink has barely had time to dry on the U.S. Free Trade Agreement, and yet Washington has already started new legal proceedings against our dairy producers. So even though the federal government capitulated on supply management in the agreement, the Americans want to invade our market further. Madam Speaker, that's exactly why the Bloc Québécois has introduced a bill to prevent any further attack on our supply managed system. Our agricultural producers have sacrificed enough for free trade. As the holidays approach, I would invite all producers and everyone who cares about our region's vitality to contact their MP to ensure that they support our bill, C-216. Let us not miss this opportunity to ensure the survival of our agricultural model. Thank you.
The honourable member for Lanark Frontenac Kingston.
'Twas the Christmas of COVID, and interest was keen in our nation receiving its promised vaccine. The stockings were spaced by the chimney with care, though half of the family couldn't be there. The children were snuggled, but sad in their beds. Cancelled trips to see Santa Claus still on their heads. And Mama in her kerchief and I in my mask had just hunkered down for the winter-long task of reading each book from Homer to Seneca while awaiting a booster from AstraZeneca. But we can't let the wait crush our spirits by inches or transform us into a nation of Grinches. Let's reach out to each other, the tall and the small. Like the Grinch, let our hearts grow 3 sizes, that's all. Christmas came to the Who's without ribbons and tags. It came just the same, without boxes and bags. By reindeer or by Zoom, it can come to us too. Merry Christmas to all. Merry Christmas to you.
The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
The Royal Agricultural Winter Fair is an annual event that celebrates the best food, livestock, horsemanship this country has to offer. This November, FedNor supported the Royal in Toronto with nearly $600,000 to enable Northern Ontario agri-food businesses and organizations to expand, reach new markets, create jobs throughout Northern Ontario's agricultural pavilion. Many local Ontario producers participated. With the best maple sugar in Canada, the Seguin Sugar Bush in Lavigne in my riding of Nickel Belt, who took home the prize for the best amber grade maple syrup. Félicitations.
Congratulations to the whole Seguin family and their team. I'd like to thank all of our agricultural producers who are providing delicious and nutritious foods for our tables and stores, particularly during this pandemic. We should continue supporting local organizations and supporting our local producers and businesses. Happy holidays.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable House Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, yesterday the premiers met to agree on health funding. Now, what could have been an historic meeting was unfortunately another demonstration of Liberal government arrogance. We'll deal with it later, said the Prime Minister. Oh yes, as if we could trust him. As we've seen over the past few years, it's very it's a problem. Is the Liberal government, Madam Speaker, prepared to support a stable, predictable, and unconditional health care funding transfer? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the question. Governments at all levels are working together to keep Canadians safe from COVID-19. As part of our response to the pandemic, we announced $19 billion for a Safe Restart Agreement to help provinces and territories restart their economies safely while we continue to respond to COVID-19. This funding is in addition to the $40 billion we already provide to provinces and territories each year through the Canada Health Transfer. Madam Speaker, we will keep working with the provinces and territories so we can fight COVID-19 together.
The Honourable House Leader. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The problem, Madam Speaker, is that the Premier said that this was a missed opportunity. Now, there was a unique opportunity to reach an agreement on health transfers called for by all political parties in the provinces and territories for it to be stable, predictable, and unconditional. But the Prime Minister missed the boat. Why is he always prepared to tell the provinces what to do in healthcare but not commit to the funding? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, and I thank the honourable member for the question. From day one, our government has been focused on supporting Canadians and jobs during this pandemic. We've provided more than 8 out of every $10 spent to fight COVID-19. Our government's total support for provinces and territories during this pandemic includes $322 billion in direct measures to fight the virus and help Canadians. We will work with our partners to do whatever it takes for as long as it takes until we get through this pandemic.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, for the past 3 months, we've been dealing with the hybrid Parliament, and we can say today that it's a success. It's working well. This was done with the agreement of all, following an agreement, and the agreement expires today. We believe that because this was done with the support of everyone and because it worked, the agreement should be extended exactly as it is until the 22nd of June, 23rd of June. Does the government agree with us? The Honourable Government House Leader. Madam Speaker, I agree with my colleague on the fact that we have worked together and collaborated. That is extremely important, especially given the pandemic. We put forth a proposal to all of the parties. It's a motion, and it includes the voting application. And we can understand that because we look at how long it takes with Zoom. The motion that we distributed includes that, but the Conservatives seem to have a problem with the voting app, and I'd like to know why that is.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Liberals' delays in ratifying the Canada-UK trade agreement has caused UK trade officials to state, in their own words, this will cause damage and destruction on businesses on both sides of the Atlantic. This represents $29 billion a year in trade between our countries. Weeks ago at committee, the minister would not commit to any timeline on legislation through Parliament or on the Senate. Canada's key business, agricultural and manufacturing organizations are calling on the Liberals to provide stability and predictability on trade with the UK. What is the plan? We're out of time.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, now more than ever, our businesses and all Canadians are looking for stability and predictability, and our first priority is implementing the legislation. This is why we're looking forward to working with all parliamentarians on a timely passage of this important legislation. That being said, we're also actively working with the United Kingdom to ensure a smooth transition for businesses to prevent any disruptions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, Madam Speaker, the Liberals have had years to work on this trade agreement that they knew was expiring at the end of 2020. Instead, they pull out of negotiations early in 2019, excuse me, and they didn't restart them until this summer. For weeks, the minister has been talking about trade mitigation ideas for businesses, and now the UK officials are saying that the Liberals' plans may not even be possible. The minister left exporters out to dry with only 12 business days left, 4 tariffs potentially being applied. And I've asked the minister several times now, what is the plan to mitigate these disruptive tariffs?
The Honourable Minister of Small Business and Exports.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me be clear. My message, our message to businesses is that you don't have to prepare for a worst-case scenario. Why? because we do have a trade continuity agreement with the United Kingdom. And we are working hard to ensure that there are no disruptions and that there is a smooth transition. Nothing is more important to us than providing that stability and that predictability for Canadian exporters. We work for businesses. We will always work for businesses to ensure that they have this continuity. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Manicouagan. The honourable member for Manicouagan. Madam Speaker, a person could make a fortune compiling all of the nonsensical quotes by the Prime Minister, but yesterday he really outdid himself. Yesterday, all of the premiers, the Premier of Quebec and the others, called for increases to health transfers. And he told them, and I'm not making this up, the discussion was premature because of COVID. Madam Speaker, for the benefit of the Prime Minister and the Liberal Party of Canada, COVID is a health crisis. Healthcare workers are overwhelmed. There are 900 people in hospital because of this. There has never been in history a more opportune time to increase health transfers. What doesn't he understand? The Honourable Government House Leader. Madam Speaker, Quebecers are concerned for their mental health, their physical health. They're concerned about their loved ones. And that is our priority, to continue working with Quebec and the provinces to fight COVID. This is the greatest, most serious health crisis we've faced since the Spanish flu in the past century. We are working with the provinces. We are transferring money for PPE. We're working on vaccines, and the Bloc doesn't seem to want to realize that. The honourable member from Manicouagan. Well, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister and the Government House Leader don't seem to understand. What we're asking for are increases to health transfers. This ask is coming from all of the premiers and of the provinces. The Quebec National Assembly, 81% of Quebecers and 73% of Canadians are calling for it. Just the Prime Minister and the Government House Leader don't seem to understand that. They're isolated to... What they don't understand is we need to see investment in healthcare. We need to support healthcare workers. 53 people died yesterday. What's it going to take for you to understand that? I'd like to remind the honourable member to place her comments through the chair. The Honourable Government House Leader. This crisis, Madam Speaker, is serious. In Quebec and the provinces, we have worked closely with the healthcare system. We've been transferring billions of dollars, and generally, and for the pandemic as well. We have invested money in PPE, in testing and tracing, in vaccines. That is our absolute priority. Instead of being happy with that, they're looking to pick a fight, and they're looking to squabble. Our priority is keeping Canadians safe. That's the priority of Quebecers as well.
Struggle. Billions of dollars of COVID funding has been spent by profitable corporations for dividend payments, executive bonuses, and stock buybacks. These companies don't have to pay back a cent. But it's a different story for regular Canadians who applied in good faith for emergency benefits, like artists and the self-employed. They're being told to pay back thousands of dollars. Once again, Liberals are putting big business profits ahead of everyday people. Will this government end the double standard? Will Liberals stop this vicious clawback from vulnerable, struggling Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me begin by wishing the honourable member and all members of this House a happy holiday season and a Merry Christmas. To address the question, our approach from day one has been to ensure that we provide enough support to Canadian households and businesses to keep them afloat so they can contribute to the economic rebound once this pandemic is over. With respect to the wage subsidy, I would point out that the only companies that are eligible for that are the ones who can demonstrate a serious drop in revenue that are using that money specifically to keep their workers on the payroll. I'm pleased to share with the honourable member almost 4 million Canadians still have a job as a result of that program.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
At the start of this pandemic, the Prime Minister called on Canadian industry to step up and produce protective equipment, and step up they did. Distilleries and breweries across Canada scrambled to start producing much-needed hand sanitizer. Their hard work and initiative saved lives. However, instead of buying hand sanitizer from these Canadian businesses, which produce thousands of liters, the Liberal government sent over $500 million to multinational corporations. Can this minister explain the rationale behind the decision to buy hand sanitizers from outside of Canada when small businesses in this country work so hard to start producing it?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So proud of the exceptional efforts by Canadian companies all across this great country to produce all of the materials that we needed to address this COVID crisis. Every single province, small businesses, large businesses, transformed businesses, they got us to where we need to go, and that's exactly what we invested in all along. Yes, there was equipment that couldn't be purchased here, and there were purchases made out of the country. Everything was done absolutely properly, and we have made sure that our manufacturing sector has been transformed as a result. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Madam Speaker, top secret government documents reveal the Liberals put pressure on our Canadian Armed Forces to train communist Chinese troops in Canada. Despite warnings from our Five Eyes partners not to let China steal our military secrets, the Deputy Prime Minister was more concerned with her image in Beijing than Canada's national security. Kidnapping our citizens, bankrupting our farmers, violating human rights, cyber attacks, and spying. Which of these security threats is the Deputy Prime Minister willing to compromise by training Chinese troops? Whose side is she actually on?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety and Security.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And let me first of all say that the protection and safe return of the 2 Canadians currently detained by the Chinese government is our top priority, and we will continue to make that clear to China. Let me be also clear that we do not train with the Chinese military, and perhaps the member opposite is confused by a cooperation plan initiative that he was a party to signing that was designed to guide the further development of bilateral defense relations with China that the Conservatives signed in 2013, Madam Speaker. But let me say once again, we do not train with the Chinese military.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, Madam Speaker, we know that the Prime Minister expanded that agreement for military training in 2017. And let's be clear, the invitation to the Chinese Army to come to Canada for winter training happened in February 2018 under this Liberal government. The hero in the story is the Chief of Defence Staff, who stood up for Canadian values and axed this Liberal government's plan. He should have been able to count on the Minister of National Defence to have his back. Unfortunately, the Defence Minister hid under his desk and let the Deputy Prime Minister walk all over him. Why did the Defence Minister allow the Deputy Prime Minister dictate military policy with communist China that compromises our national security?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as is so often the case, the members got the story completely wrong. And in fact, although there has been agreements put in place by the Conservatives since 2012 that were intended to develop strategic military-to-military talks between reciprocal government and military officials, we have been very clear. Our relationship with China has continued to evolve, and we recognize the hostile activities of that particular government. And let me be crystal clear, we do not train with the Chinese military.
The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Madam Speaker, yesterday the Minister of Rural Economic Development accused Conservatives of spreading misinformation. But here's some facts on rural broadband. Despite having 500,000 underserved residents in southwestern Ontario, not a dime and not a single project was approved through the Connect to Innovate program for that area of the country. So, Madam Speaker, very simply, to the Minister of Rural Economic Development, will she commit to regional funding through the Universal Broadband Fund for Southwestern Ontario for programs like SWIFT and for Eastern Ontario for programs like EORN?
Hear, 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 hear.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, it's my pleasure to stand up in the House and talk about all the tools in our toolbox to connect Canadians and Canadians in New Brunswick. The new Universal Broadband Fund with the Rapid Response Stream. Applications are coming in daily. I encourage the member opposite to work with his local internet service providers and his communities to make sure that they put applications in that we can get all Canadians connected. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
A member for Perth Wellington.
Well, Madam Speaker, unfortunately, the Parliamentary Secretary has left all the tools in the toolbox because these projects are not going forward because of the lack of support from this Liberal government. Again, $186 million left on the table last year unspent by the Liberal government. Fewer than 9% of households connected. Fewer than 10% of Canadians connected, despite what's been promised by these Liberal governments. Their service availability maps are completely flawed with errors. So, Madam Speaker, very simple to the Minister, why has she failed Canadians in connecting rural Canadians to high-speed internet?
Hear, hear. Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I was privileged and pleased to be at an announcement this morning where we announced over $60 million for rural Southern Ontario. We are getting projects delivered, but I need to remind all the members in this House, please get your applications in. The federal government depends on applications from communities and internet service providers to get Canadians connected. We will get all Canadians connected, and we are getting all Canadians connected, Madam Speaker.
For Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Madam Speaker, Canadian distillers quickly retooled and donated thousands of liters of hand sanitizer to fight COVID-19, yet this government bought $570 million of hand sanitizer from China. My private member's bill supports our distillers and their workers by allowing Canadians to ship their products through Canada Post. Will the Liberals support my bill that lets Canadians buy direct from Canadian producers, or will they side with the liquor monopolies that stop Canadians from getting the Canadian products that they want?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Our government worked hand in glove with Canadian industries all across the spectrum, whether it was ventilators, whether it was test kits, whether it was all different products that were necessary to tackle this crisis were worked with our industry. We've transformed industry all across Canada, and so many companies have contributed to this Made in Canada effort. We know how hard Canadians are working all together. This is just another great example. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Huron-Bruce.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'm pretty sure the government didn't transform the manufacturing industry in Canada, but we'll talk about that a different day. The Ag Minister continues to hammer farmers with the carbon tax, doesn't give the farmers any credit for any of the environmental work they do on farm. Environmental farm plan, planting cover crops, no-till drilling, manure management, taking marginal land out of production, managing on-farm water, and planting millions of trees. At the same time, she ignores the facts that crops and trees are natural carbon sequesters. When is she going to take this carbon tax off farmers? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very much aware of the price on pollution. We have analyzed it very carefully. That's why there are exemptions offered to our producers on fuel on farms, for greenhouses, for example. We're also working on several programs that are currently underway to help our producers to have access to better technology for sustainable agriculture. In the economic update, we announced $98 million for agricultural hub programs. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, everyone was deeply disgusted 2 years ago when we saw Donald Trump separating migrant children from their mothers at the U.S. border. That's why I'm shocked to see the same thing happening here in Canada. At least 182 children were separated from their families at the border this year. There's a cardinal principle here. They shouldn't be separated. And the Border Services have been instructed not to separate children from their families. What's happened, and can the government ensure us that this will never happen again?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I thank the member opposite for a very important question. And the welfare of children is a top priority in our asylum system. And as such, CBSA does not systematically separate children from their parents or legal guardians. I am pleased to advise the member in this House that there currently are 0 children in immigration detention. And immigration detention is only used, Madam Speaker, as a measure of last resort. Alternatives for minors are always considered first, which include the release into the care of parent, legal guardian, or placement with alternate arrangements. And only in such extraordinary circumstances is a child allowed to remain in detention with a parent. But those circumstances are strictly limited by ministerial directive. And I'll repeat again, currently there are 0 children in detention.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, I said at least 182 children have been separated from their families. But the truth is we don't know how many there are because the government doesn't keep statistics on that. 182 children, that's the number of families who contacted Action Réfugiés Montreal for help. We have no idea how many more there are. Has the minister launched an investigation to track every child who's ever been separated from his or her family? And if not, what is he waiting for?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate very much the member opposite's question, but clearly she wrote the question before she heard my answer. And so I will repeat for her, as I've already said twice, there are currently 0 children in immigration detention. We track it very carefully. A direction has been clearly given to CBSA, and CBSA will only use immigration detention as a last resort in exceptional circumstances. Those circumstances have led to a significant reduction. The actual number of children in detention peaked in 2014. We've worked tirelessly to reduce that number, and today it's 0.
The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canadian ag producers have worked hard this year to keep food on our plates during unprecedented crisis. They're at the top of Santa's good list this year. I think they deserve some long-awaited gifts like broader trade access, an exemption from carbon tax, BRM reform, and fair hearing for neonics insecticides. Will this government deliver, or can farmers and ranchers expect another lump of coal from the Liberal government?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was very proud a couple of weeks ago to put a clear offer on the table to my counterparts from the provinces to improve agri-stability by 50%. The Government of Canada is ready to remove the limit on the reference margin limit on this agri-stability program, and also to increase the compensation rate from 70 to 80%. And I'm waiting for the response from my counterpart in the provinces. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Jobs, Madam Speaker. That's what people in Western Canada want, jobs. And that's what this Prime Minister promised the USW 5890 workers when he did a photo op with them last year. He'd protect their jobs. So, without the Care Bear stare, without mentioning what Mr. Harper did or didn't do, there's one simple question that oil and gas workers want to know the answer to across this country. In this Prime Minister's reimagined economy, is there a room for them to raise their family, support their family, and put food on the table?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, TMX, we got it approved, 7,000 jobs created so far. Line 3 pipeline, we approved it, 7,000 jobs created. Keystone XL, we're supporting it. On the Canadian side, 1,500 jobs created. NGTL 2021, we approved it. Thousands of jobs to be created. LNG Canada, building it, thousands of jobs there. Orphan and inactive wells, $1.7 billion. Thousands of jobs in Alberta and Saskatchewan. And the wage subsidy, more than 500,000 workers kept in their jobs in the pandemic in Alberta alone. That is our record. We will keep working to make sure that people are working in Western Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Madam Speaker, Parliament rises today, but small municipalities and non-for-profits will work through Christmas trying to meet the December 31st deadline for rapid housing funds. Big cities, however, can simply collect their promised checks, one set of rules. I know for a fact small communities are still trying to make sense of the fund, never mind be in a position to submit an application. Second set of rules. Why is this government excluding them from having a reasonable shot at reaching and helping their homelessness issue before Christmas? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, our government is committed to ending chronic homelessness everywhere, right across Canada. The $1 billion rapid housing initiative, it targets where the situation is most severe and where COVID is strongest and where public health dictates we invest quickly. All municipalities, all communities, Indigenous-led governments as well, can apply for the rapid housing initiative. We're committed to ending homelessness. This is the first installment, and we are working just as hard over Christmas to make sure every community, small ones, large ones, regional ones, northern ones, get the support they need to help vulnerable Canadians in difficult situations. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Madam Speaker, Canadian ownership and control of our radio and television broadcasters is crucial to ensuring the continued support of Canadian content and cultural programming. But the Liberals have decided to open the floodgates to foreign outlets by removing the long-standing legislated requirement that radio and television broadcasters shall be effectively owned and controlled by Canadians. Why is the government throwing Canadian ownership requirements into the wind?
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I think most members in this place agree. We need to modernize our Broadcasting Act to make sure that the web giants pay their fair share. Our broadcasting system predates the digital era and unduly disadvantages Canadian broadcasters. That is why we introduced legislation that will ensure online broadcasters contribute their fair share to support Canadian music and Canadian stories. A modernized bill will also mean more creative opportunities for Canadians and by Canadians. We're ready to work with our colleagues in opposition parties to protect our culture and promote Canadian workers and creators. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Madam Speaker, the Liberals have missed every single climate target. They haven't planted a single one of their promised 2 billion trees, and they're spending billions of dollars on a pipeline that contradicts their own climate plans. We are in a climate crisis. Along with ambitious targets, we need action. Cities like Montreal are showing real leadership with bold, concrete plans, but the Liberals just keep rehashing versions of old plans with excuses about why they haven't gotten around to them yet. When will this Prime Minister stop re-announcing things and start actually doing them?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And perhaps my honourable colleague is unaware, so I'll remind her, we are the first government to put in place a 50-point plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We are the first government to put a price on carbon pollution. We are the first government to invest in planting 2 billion trees. We are the first government to invest in zero-emission vehicles. We are the first government to invest historic amounts in green infrastructure, Madam Speaker, and we're not done yet. Very shortly, we will be announcing our plan to show how we're not going to achieve our Paris targets, but surpass them, Madam Speaker. We're going to do it for our kids. We're going to do it for our grandkids.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Yesterday, the Liberal government slapped Quebec and the provinces in the face. If there's one thing that this pandemic has taught us, it's that our healthcare system is fragile. There's a lack of resources and working conditions are difficult. This is the direct result of cuts to health transfers started by the Conservatives and continued by the Liberals. This creates terrible pressure on the provinces and it's untenable. Why don't the Liberals understand that Quebec and the provinces need sustainable increases in health transfers, not just this year, but permanently? The Honourable Government House Leader. Madam Speaker, we're working hand in hand with the provinces in terms of transferring millions of healthcare dollars. Because of the pandemic we're in right now, we've transferred considerable amounts for equipment and for many measures, and also for vaccines that are coming. Of course, we're going to continue discuss with Quebec and the provinces increases, but right now we're focusing on the worst healthcare crisis since the Spanish flu. We're here for Quebecers, and we're going to continue to be there for them.
Member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Madam Speaker, the J.A. Douglas McCurdy Airport in Cape Breton is a critical and essential piece of infrastructure that supports communities in my riding and surrounding areas. This week, Air Canada announced the suspension of the remaining services to and from my airport, resulting in no commercial flights available for my constituents, jobs lost, and an uncertainty for the future of our airport. Could the Parliamentary Secretary please tell this House and Canadians and people in Cape Breton-Canso what our government is doing to support regional airports like my airport in Cape Breton-Canso?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank the honourable member, who's a tireless advocate for Cape Breton. We're disappointed by Air Canada's decision to cancel more regional routes. We know how regional airports are important for communities in Cape Breton and across the country. Over the next few years, the government will invest more than $1.1 billion to support key players such as airport authorities and regional airlines. Any further discussions about taxpayer support for major airlines will prioritize retaining and reinstating regional routes that connect our communities, just like Sydney. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Madam Speaker, they say history repeats itself from time to time. With this government, it seems to happen too often. We are dealing yet with another 11th-hour trade deal with the United Kingdom, our closest ally. With only one day left in this parliamentary calendar, how can this government expect the deal to be subject to thorough scrutiny in Parliament before the December 31st deadline? And how much will this incompetence cost Canadian taxpayers in mitigation measures?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for that question, and I know that all of us on all sides of the House care about our exporters who are exporting to the United Kingdom. I'm very pleased that we have a trade agreement with the United Kingdom that will preserve the terms of CETA, a high standard agreement that protects the environment. It removes 98% of tariffs for Canadian exporters. It completely protects our supply managed sectors. This is a good agreement, and we are going to work with Canadian exporters to make sure that they experience a smooth transition. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Madam Speaker, industrial processed products in my riding makes wire mesh pads for the energy sector. They're high-quality wires manufactured in Asia before being upgraded in Calgary. Now, a CITT tribunal ruling is forcing them to purchase inferior wire from their multinational competitor 10 times their size, or face crippling tariffs for importing raw materials. Local manufacturing jobs are at stake. Why is the Liberal government allowing big business to take out their local competition using government rules?
The Honourable Minister.
We are, of course, Madam Speaker, committed to not only full value in procurements in Canada, but also, and of course, respecting the trade deals that we have honored. I'd be happy to inform myself of the circumstances that the honourable member replies to and get back to him. Here, here.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Madam Speaker, the busiest duty at my office is helping people with immigration issues, but there's a problem. Civil servants tell me that cases people filed online are being processed as usual, but cases where people filled out paper applications, most immigration files, are hardly moving at all. We're told it's because civil servants working at home don't have access to all those paper files. This is unfair to people eager to start a new life in Canada. Will the immigration minister fix this problem immediately?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Sure, it's been a challenging time for loved ones, but we have reunited tens of thousands of families notwithstanding the pandemic. This progress is the function of a carefully executed plan that has added resources to the border, introduced effective health protocols, and created new pathways for unification. When it comes to our service standards, not only are we keeping our 14-day turnaround on complete applications, we're exceeding it. Madam Speaker, it would be inappropriate to comment on any individual case. I'd be happy to work with the honourable member, but I can assure members of this House that we are doing everything that we can to reunite as many families as possible while protecting the health and safety of Canadians. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lislet-Kamouraska. Madam Speaker, I asked the Minister of Immigration last month about unacceptable delays in the processing of the files of workers already in Canada, of spousal sponsorships, and of other foreign workers who are still waiting, so much so that jobs here have been outsourced elsewhere. The Minister talked about boosting capacity to process 6,000 cases a month. Can he tell us how many applications, how many companies will have access to foreign workers in 2021? Like I said earlier, Madam Speaker, we took action quickly to establish a reunification process for several families, and many of them are still in our system. I'm proud to announce new measures to accelerate the processing of files, and this will continue to reduce delays, and roughly there will be 49,000 decisions by the end of the year. The Honourable Member for Abitibi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to give you a clear example of the weight of Quebec in the Liberal Party. Ottawa withdrew an icebreaker contract from C-SPAN in Vancouver because it was unable to build it, because it just didn't have the production capacity. I have nothing against BC, but they weren't ready. So Davy offered to take over the contract and build the icebreaker immediately. Not only did Liberals not transfer the contract to Davy, but they are investing an extra $1 billion to boost production capacity at the other shipyard. They're prepared to pay $1 billion more so that the Quebec does not get the contract. How can the Quebec Liberals accept this? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Davy is obviously a key partner for the Government of Canada already. There was a frigate that was already ordered. We're already looking at a second interim icebreaker thanks to workers at the Davy shipyard, and we're also considering including it as a third shipyard in our national strategy. But the Conservatives ignored this and didn't do anything when they were in power. But, Madam Speaker, we're going to continue to work with the Davy shipyard. The honourable member for Abitibi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's not enough, obviously. The federal government has an icebreaker to build. It has a choice between a construction site in Vancouver, from which it had to withdraw the contract because it wasn't able to build it, and on the other hand, the Davy shipyard in Lévis in Quebec, which is ready to get started tomorrow. And the choice of the Liberals is to give $1 billion more to the Vancouver site, so it ends up being behind schedule and with extra costs. It can't even do what Davy can do right now. It's both a bad policy and a waste of public funds and an insult to Quebec. Madam Speaker, will the Liberals stand up? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Liberals of Quebec, Madam Speaker, are working hard for Quebec workers, and that's why we're trying to include Davy in our national shipbuilding strategy, which will include new contracts in addition to the contracts that have already been awarded to Davy. We're looking at $1.1 billion already awarded to Davy, and we're going to continue to work with that shipyard. And we didn't listen to the facts of the bloc that were misleading. We did not give in the contract to Vancouver.
On March 23rd, the Prime Minister announced with much fanfare that Canada would be producing its own vaccine at Vito Intervac in Saskatoon. Vito Intervac has since presented to the Clerk of the Privy Council a plan to manufacture not only their vaccine, but all vaccines licensed by Health Canada. Vito has heard nothing but crickets, while large multinational companies get billions. Madam Speaker, has the Prime Minister abandoned the idea of manufacturing vaccines in Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Our government has been led by scientists and the best expert advice that we can get from the Vaccine Task Force at every single step during this COVID crisis. And Vito Intervac has been a key part of that. There have been many other Canadian companies and Canadian research enterprises that have been doing that exact work. $170 million in the National Research Council, $46 million for Vito Intervac. The investments are going to continue, and we're always going to make decisions on the basis of expert scientific advice. It's not going to be partisan, and it's unfortunate that the member opposite is politicizing this.
The honourable member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Madam Speaker, amid the COVID crisis, Canada is facing another health crisis, opioid overdoses. There are over 100 illicit drug toxicity deaths in British Columbia every month, and that number has been going up due to the COVID pandemic. These are ordinary Canadians, hardworking people, mums, dads, brothers, sisters, everyone with a heartbreaking story to tell. There's no vaccine for addiction, but why is this government failing to take any effective action to curb this crisis?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member for the very important question. The opioid crisis is the most significant public health issue in Canada's recent history, and our hearts are with those who've lost a loved one. We have responded. We have actioned, investing over $425 million in emergency responses, restoring harm reduction and approving over 40 supervised consumption sites, and cutting red tape and removing barriers to treatment. We will continue to tackle this epidemic by expanding access to safe supply of prescription opioids, committing over $700 million towards treatment in the next decade. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Port-Neuf, Jacques Cartier. Madam Speaker, a woman in my riding who has met all the criteria and deadlines has seen her request for an extra $200 in guaranteed income supplement denied. Her September 11th was a deadline set by the government, yet Service Canada recognized that it received all of her documents on August 12th. Madam Speaker, I'm asking the minister to pay all seniors who are victims of this system to pay them their GIS. Our seniors deserve better treatment. The Honourable Minister.
Opposite for raising this very important question. Guaranteed income supplement payments we know are critical for seniors. We know that it's important that everybody that should have got the payment was able to get it. And that is why we were managing this very carefully, making sure that those that could get it and may not have gotten it were assessed and evaluated and got it. However, there were some of those that missed the deadline for being able to get it, and we are very, it's unfortunate, but maybe the member could please bring this specific case to our office and we'll make sure.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was very excited to see the promise in the speech from the throne for a pan-Canadian early learning and childcare system. Parents have been asking for affordable and accessible childcare for decades now. My constituents were also impressed by the... I'd like to ask Mr. Gaudin to close his mic, please.
The Honourable
I will ask the Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel to start her question again. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I was saying, I was very excited about the promise in the speech from the throne for a pan-Canadian childcare system. Parents have been asking for affordable and accessible childcare for decades now. My constituents were also impressed by the investments outlined in the Fall Economic Statement. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development tell this House the next steps for this important program? Thank you. The Honourable Minister.
Much for that question. I'm sure the member is as proud as I am to be part of a government that's advanced $420 million for staffing and training for early learning and childcare in the next year. It builds on close to $1 billion, an historic amount of money invested in the childcare and learning system this year, which builds on a $7.5 billion investment and accords with provinces and territories as we move towards a national system. Now, I was here in 2005 and watched an NDP party keep families locked in a house as they gambled for seats in this house. I hope this time around the NDP doesn't play those childish games, but it will have to wait for the leader to get off TikTok and stop playing video games before we actually find out.
The Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nippewa.
Madam Speaker, the Minister of Public Safety continues to brag about taking away firearms from law-abiding firearms. He has stated that the firearms he banned have no place in a civil society. With all due respect, Madam Speaker, gangs, criminals, and violence have no place in a civil society. Can the minister inform Canadians how many criminals will be impacted by his firearms ban?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm always happy to answer questions from the gun lobby and to respond to NRA talking points. But, Madam Speaker, there are weapons that were designed for the sole purpose of killing people. And we have now prohibited those weapons in Canada. It is only one of many measures that we'll be implementing to strengthen gun control, to invest in law enforcement, and invest in our kids and our communities to keep them safe. Madam Speaker, there is no greater responsibility for any government than the protection and safety of their citizens, and we will do everything necessary to keep them safe.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Skyview.
Madam Speaker, while the airline industry lobbies the government for a taxpayer-funded bailout, this very same industry is forcefully demanding that travel agents, 82% of whom are women, return over $200 million in commissions that they made from the sale of airfares and vacation packages. Madam Speaker, while the airline industry has turned their backs on these women, this Liberal government should not. Will the Minister for Women and Gender Equality do her job and stand up for the women of this country?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I've also heard from the industry and share the members' concern. We know the airline sector needs support, but I want to assure the member that before we do, we will not spend one penny of taxpayer dollars on airlines until Canadians get their refunds, until regional communities retain their air connections to the rest of Canada, and Canadian air carriers maintain their status as key customers of Canada's aerospace industry. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Madam Speaker, my gift to this government is a very easy question that they know is coming because I asked it just a couple of weeks ago. It's a yes or no question, but when I asked it a couple of weeks ago, I got an incomprehensible list of numbers and words unrelated to the question. Is can this government commit that the tens of millions of barrels of oil coming from Saudi Arabia, Algeria, and Nigeria will be subject to the same rigorous regulations as oil coming from Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Newfoundland in terms of upstream and downstream emissions?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And certainly we are committed to making sure that we have the cleanest oil in the world being produced in Canada and being exported from Canada. That's why we have supported the TMX pipeline. We are supported the workers that are creating that pipeline, as well as Line 3, Line 5, LNG. So we are supporting Western Canada, Western jobs, and continuing to make sure that we have the highest standards so that when we export, we make sure that we have the highest standards in the world. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Investing in nature is an essential tool that the government can take to combat climate change. Canada's grasslands, wetlands, and peatlands are incredibly important for their ability to absorb greenhouse gases. Could the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change explain how the $631 million investment in the Fall Economic Statement will help conserve our nature? Thank you, Madam.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank the Member of Parliament for Kitchener-Conestoga for his important question and deep commitment to taking action on climate change. Our government recognizes the important role of nature in addressing climate change, and our significant new investment of $631 million will help our government put in place natural solutions that reduce greenhouse gas emissions associated with the loss of ecosystems. This is good news for our environment, Madam Speaker, good news for biodiversity, Madam Speaker, and of course, good news for future generations of Canadians. Thank you.
The honourable member for Vancouver-Kingsway.
Madam Speaker, Vancouver has seen 329 overdose deaths so far this year, making 2020 the worst year on record. And to address this escalating crisis, City Council voted unanimously to decriminalize personal possession of substances. Premier Horgan, the Vancouver Police, Dr. Bonnie Henry, and many other experts agree that this will save lives and improve public health. The federal Liberals rightly listen to public health experts about COVID-19. Will they do the same here and swiftly grant the requested exemption to the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very, very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the honourable member for the very important question. The COVID-19 pandemic has worsened on the ongoing opioid crisis. All levels of government must reaffirm our efforts to save the lives of Canadians. We are working with BC and with Mayor Stewart on options that respond to their local and regional needs, guided by the recommendations of the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police and the Public Prosecution Service of Canada. We will review this request. We will continue our work to get Canadians who use substances the support they need. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. During this pandemic, some private long-term care home operators used government assistance money to pay millions to shareholders and CEOs. And some corporations used wage subsidy programs to pay employees while their wealthy owners raked in billions. But this holiday season, the CRA is going after low-income, self-employed Canadians for taking the CERB based on unclear rules. Will the government stop taking the conservative approach of punishing the poor while giving the wealthy who game the system a free pass?
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, our focus since day one has been on supporting Canadians through this crisis. And when Canadians needed support the most, the Canada Emergency Response Benefit was there to help nearly 9 million Canadians pay their bills and be there for their families. In some cases, Canadians applied to the CERB in good faith, but were not eligible. In those situations, we recognize the financial situation that many people are facing, and that is why the CRA has reached out and will make every effort to work together with Canadians to find a responsible way forward that is responsive to individual needs and circumstances.
And that brings us to the end of question period. We have points of order. The honourable member for Cariboo Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 2020 has been a challenging year. Lives and livelihoods have been lost. We've begun to see the devastating impacts that COVID has had through isolation on the mental health of Canadians. The rates of suicide are growing at alarming rates. As elected officials and as leaders, and especially during this period of difficulty as a nation, Canadians are counting on us. Madam Speaker, I know, like me, many of our colleagues have experienced the pain, loss, guilt, and anger of suicide. My office has received countless messages, calls, and emails from friends and families of those who have taken their lives. And I've heard from those who are suffering silently, who have reached out to say thank you for fighting for them, for giving them hope. Their stories are heartbreaking, but colleagues, we must do better than just give them hope. We can leave a legacy of action by breaking the stigma associated with mental illness and mental injury and eliminating unnecessary barriers for Canadians who choose to seek help. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Madam Speaker, I hope that as leaders and parliamentarians, our final act in our most challenging year is one of action. Because when minutes count, help should only be 3 digits away. Madam Speaker, there have been consultations. In fact, I've consulted every single member of this chamber, so if you seek it, I hope you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That given that the alarming rate of suicide in Canada constitutes a national health crisis, the House call on the government to take immediate action in collaboration with our provinces to establish a national suicide prevention hotline that consolidates all suicide crisis numbers into one easy number, one easy to remember 3-digit 988 hotline that is accessible to all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
This being a hybrid sitting of the House, for the sake of clarity, I will only ask those who are opposed to the request to express their disagreement. Par conséquent, que tous ceux qui s'opposent à ce que l'honorable...
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay.
D'accord. La Chambre a entendu l'énoncé de la motion.
The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
Avec aucune voix.
There being no dissenting voice, I declare the motion carried.
I have
another point of order. The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent on a point of order.
Magnifique moment, madame.
A beautiful moment, Madam Speaker. A beautiful moment. Well, for the following motion, I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent. That, notwithstanding unusual practice of the House, paragraphs A to O of the order adopted on Wednesday, the 23rd of September 2020, according to hybrid sittings of the House and committees during the COVID-19 pandemic, will remain in force until the 23rd of June 2021, on condition that A, at subparagraph N3, the words Friday, 11th December 2020 be deemed Wednesday, June 23rd, 2021, and B, that Saturday, 19th December to the 17th of January, meetings of standing legislative or ad hoc committees will only occur if they are called under 106.4, Standing Order 106.4, and that members represent at least 2 recognized parties.
Puisqu'il s'agit d'une séance hybride.
This being a hybrid sitting of the House, for the sake of clarity, I will ask only those who are opposed to the request to express their disagreement.
Accordingly, all those opposed to the honourable member's motion, moving the motion, will please say nay. Il n'y a pas de consentement.
There is no unanimous consent.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola also has a point of order.
Yes, Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, Madam Speaker. During the question period today, the Minister of Public Safety, in responding to the member from Dauphin Swan River in Nipawala, had basically utilized the term gun lobby to talk about a honourable member. Madam Speaker, we are all honourable members in this place, and we are supposed to use the official titles, and what is good for the goose is good for the gander.
I would just say that that is a point of debate, and the honourable member can raise it during the next time that we are debating in the House. No more points of order? Before I start, I do want to just wish a very Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to my constituents, first of all, of Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing, but to everybody in the House. I also want to thank every department, every worker here that makes sure that we are in a safe environment, that everything functions well so that we can do our work. And all of our staff, of course, who make such a big difference in our lives. And I want to wish you all a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to you and your families. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. Oops.
Madam Speaker, 36 bracket 8A, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 13 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Tabling of documents? Tabling of documents? Sorry. I kind of missed that because I was being interrupted for a second. Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to table the questions? C'est ça? C'est ça? No. We're good? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Introduction of government bills. Statement by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the fourth report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights in relation to Bill C6, an act to amend the Criminal Code conversion therapy. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments. I'd also like to take this opportunity to wish everyone a very Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Holidays, and a hope-filled New Year. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees. The honourable member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the honor to present in both official languages the fourth report of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs entitled Clearing the Jam, addressing the backlog of disability claims at Veterans Affairs Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report, and to you, Madam Speaker, and to all members of the House, and all residents of my riding of Cambridge, and to all Canadians, Merry Christmas and a very Happy New Year.
Tabling of documents, the honourable member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the seventh report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs entitled Interim Report, Protecting Public Health and Democracy During a Possible Pandemic Election. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. And of course, Merry Christmas to you and to all, a happy holiday and a happy new year. Thank you.
And I mistakenly said that it was tabling of documents and that should have been presenting reports from committees. The honourable member for Cariboo Prince George has a dissenting report.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have the honour to rise today to present the dissenting report to the parliamentary, the PROC committee report on conducting a pandemic during an election. Madam Speaker, elections belong to all of us. So Conservative members approach the study in the spirit of collaboration and in good faith, which we all should do. The committee finished this report on Tuesday morning. Then the Liberals gave notice of their elections bill that night, showing that they didn't care to see even what witnesses had to say during the month-long study that we had. So it's becoming clear that this study was all about avoiding, at all costs, a study and the real reasons why Liberals prorogued Parliament, Madam Speaker, in the WE scandal. Sadly, the Conservatives want to thank all of the witnesses for sharing their views. We also want to apologize sincerely to all of the public health officials who took time away from their responsibilities during the pandemic to appear before the committee and had their time wasted because of this government's arrogant attitude.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. McLean, seconded by Mr. Stanley, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Income Tax Act, Capture and Utilization of Storage of Greenhouse Gases. Cette motion est réputée ad.
This motion is deemed adopted.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Every environmental report that addresses the concept of how we mitigate greenhouse gas emissions speaks strongly to the necessity of carbon capture, utilization, and storage. The reason is simple. All human activity results in greenhouse gas production. Capturing that output and using it effectively is the only real path forward. This bill I present today brings forth the means to incentivize that carbon capture, utilization, and storage by working with Canada's strengths, its world-leading environmental industries. C'est un nouveau chemin pour les industries.
This is a new path forward for Canadian industries in the fight against global warming. All Canadians can benefit from advancing technology. I would ask all members in this House to join us in building new technologies for our environmental future. Thank you.
Mr. McLean, seconded by Mr. Steinley, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, premier lecture de ce projet de loi.
Quand ce projet de loi sera-t-il?
When will this bill be read a second time?
À la prochaine.
At the next sitting of the House.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motion. Mr. Barrett, seconded by Mr. Deltel, moves that the report of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner entitled Maloney Report, tabled on Thursday, November 19, 2020, be concurred in. Debate. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Island.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Ethics Commissioner sought to determine if the member for Etobicoke Lakeshore had contravened subsection 20(1) of the code. Now, all members have now received a copy of the Maloney report, and I want to share some of those details with the House. Under subsection 20(1), members must fully disclose their private interests and those of their family members to the Commissioner as their first step in initial compliance after they're elected. And we all know this as members. The code requires us to do this within 60 days of notice of our election having been published in the Canada Gazette. Now, all members received a letter from the Commissioner, as did the member for Etobicoke Lakeshore. Now, this member, of course, was reminded of his obligations, including his obligation to file a disclosure statement and provide all required supporting documents by January 7th, 2020. No disclosure was received by that deadline. Now, after multiple reminders to the member to properly complete his disclosure that went ignored into late February, the Commissioner had to go to the government whip to try to have the member's obligations fulfilled. Now, I will note that on March 18th, when the Commissioner again tried to have the member fulfill his obligations, the Commissioner's office was met with a very harsh response for a second time. For having the audacity to contact the member and ask him to complete his obligations under the code, these important ethical obligations on all members. Now, for the rest of March, all of April, May, and into June, there was no reply to many inquiries by the Commissioner. And at the end of June, the Commissioner informed the member to make himself available for an interview. But he ignored the request. But when media started asking questions, the member reached out to the commissioner on August 5th. And at long last, the disclosure that was originally due on January 7th was finally completed on September the 14th. After months of ignoring repeated communications from the commissioner, the member finally complied. What was his excuse? Well, he was busy dealing with the pandemic, as if all members hadn't been dealing with the exact same thing, yet found time to comply with their obligations. Now, I'll note that, of course, this disclosure was due before we knew that the pandemic had started. And so if the member knew at the time in November, December, and January that we were due for the pandemic, and that's why he was unable to fulfill his obligations, he could have at least informed his colleagues in the governing party. But of course, it's an excuse and not a reason why the member was unable to fulfill their obligations. And it's no surprise that with all of these details, with these facts, that the member for Etobicoke Lakeshore was found guilty of breaching subsection 20, bracket 1, bracket I of the code. The Maloney report clearly demonstrates the lack of respect the Liberals have for the ethics commissioner and the ethical rules and laws of this place. If a fish rots from the head down, this is the tail. The problem has gone unaddressed with these Liberals for 5 years. The Prime Minister himself, now under investigation for a third time, has been already found guilty of breaking ethics laws twice. We know those details from the Trudeau Report 1 with the Prime Minister's trip to Billionaire Island, and the Trudeau Report 2, which details the Prime Minister's interference in the criminal prosecution of his friends at SNC-Lavalin. The Liberals need to have respect for Canadians. Frankly, they need to get their act together. And this year, the subject of what will be the Trudeau Report 3 is incredibly concerning for many Canadians. And with the culture that we see around the cabinet table, with multiple breaches by the former finance minister, Mr. Morneau, by other ministers and friends of the Prime Minister, findings of guilt by the ethics commissioner, it's no wonder that members who sit behind the government front bench feel they don't need to follow the rules, because the top-down example is a complete disregard for the ethical rules of this place. And what it does is it sows into the national conversation, into the public discourse, a distrust in our democratic institutions. And Canadians are rightly concerned. This summer, we saw with the WE scandal a $500,000 that was paid to members of the Prime Minister's family, after first we were told by the Prime Minister's office, of course, that no money had been paid. Well, that turned out to be untrue. So we know that $500,000 was paid, and then later, with pictures of the Prime Minister's family in the document presented to Cabinet, a $500 million contribution agreement was approved for these same folks who had given the Prime Minister's family huge sums of money. Now, when that investigation started to damage the government, the Prime Minister broke another promise. And while he promised transparent and open government, we certainly haven't seen that, but he also promised not to prorogue Parliament to avoid scrutiny. But of course, that's exactly what he did on the eve that documents were to be released to the Ethics Committee, and immediately following proroguing Parliament, dumped illegally redacted documents on the Finance Committee. Now, the fact that the government did this, is demonstration of their understanding that what they were doing was wrong. The committee had ordered the documents unredacted and to be reviewed by the parliamentary law clerk. But that's the contempt shown by this government for the rules of this place, for a lawful order of committee, just like the rules that we're all bound to follow under the Code for Members, as is detailed in the Maloney report, where we see the member for Etobicoke Lakeshore
has disregarded those rules for nearly a year, and where we've seen it under the Act, where the Prime Minister has been found guilty of breaking those laws. Once Parliament resumed, of course, we had filibuster and filibuster and filibuster from the Liberals. This, of course, was after the Prime Minister promised to allow for all questions to be asked once Parliament resumed. But that's not what happened. For dozens of hours at the Ethics Committee and dozens of hours at the Finance Committee, they obstructed the work of parliamentarians to get the truth during a pandemic, no less. And so while we should be focusing on on what Canadians need, focusing on how to protect Canadians' lives and livelihoods, we're left having to also follow up on the inability of Liberal members to follow the rules of this place. And so the Liberals have said before that we should ignore these transgressions and that we should wait until the pandemic is over. But frankly, that would be irresponsible. And unlike the suggestion from Liberal members, the official opposition is able to walk and chew gum at the same time. We are able to hold the government to account on multiple fronts. But it is unfortunate that we find that this rot of corruption and inability to follow the rules has spread from the front benches of the Liberals into the back benches. And it's important to note, Mr. Chair, that we find ourselves in a unique position with a Prime Minister not found guilty once, but twice, but under investigation a third time for breaking ethical rules. And we'll hear from Liberals today that, of course, it was only the previous Prime Minister that brought these rules into force. Well, it's also interesting to note that that previous Prime Minister was never found to have contravened the Act, and that's because there was no contravention. These rules were put in place to ensure that Canadians can have confidence in their democratic institutions. It's essential to the function of this democracy. And it is shameful that we have the temporary office holders, well, we're all placeholders in our constituencies, and just like they're temporary occupants in the Prime Minister's office, that they do the disservice to the legacy, to the institution of this place by their disregard for the rules. And frankly, Mr. Speaker, if the Liberals have such contempt for the rules, why not put forward a bill in front of this House to repeal them? Then we'd see that they have the courage of their convictions, and they could be laid bare for all Canadians to see the true contempt for the rules of this place that these Liberals have. Mr. Speaker, I hope that in 2021, the Liberals have a New Year's resolution to finally show respect for Canadians and follow the rules of this place.
I thank the honourable member for his remarks. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Much, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, it's almost like a continuation. It wasn't that long ago when my friend and I were having a late show where he wanted to talk about the issue of corruption. And I can appreciate that the Conservatives, virtually since day one, they have been consistently trying to focus the House of Commons on the issue of corruption. It doesn't matter what issues Canadians are facing. For them, it's all about looking under every little rock, wherever they can see. And if they can't find anything, they create something, Mr. Speaker. Just because a Conservative says that it's corrupt, trust me, it's not corrupt. I can give some examples of corruption, Mr. Speaker, and I might just do that when I get the opportunity to address this issue. My question to the member is that why is it that when Canadians are so much concerned about the pandemic and we're coming together in all different ways, the Conservative Party still is out of tune with what Canadians want us to do as a House of Commons, and that's to focus on the pandemic and the negative impact it's having on society? Why can't they get focused on what Canadians are asking us to listen to?
L'honorable député de Leeds-Grenville. The honourable member. Pour la réponse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Parliamentary Secretary for the question. The reason that we've been focused on Liberal corruption since the start of their mandate in 2015 is because they immediately started breaking the rules. And during the pandemic, they couldn't help themselves but to help their friends. And that's why they allowed insider access when Canadians were looking the other way to take care of their families, to take care of their businesses, to look after their neighbors and themselves. These Liberals couldn't help but look after themselves, look after those folks who have that insider access. And so the official opposition is doing its job, holding the government to account, and we're going to continue to do that.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Oui, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West. Is that it?
A lovely place as well, Mr. Speaker.
Désolé, à vous la parole,
It's a pleasure to see you in the chair. And I want to follow up on the question that was just asked by the parliamentary secretary to the government House Leader about why is it so often that every time Canadians are focused on the things that really matter to Canadians, especially now during the pandemic, the Liberals still can't find it in themselves to act ethically. Why is it that every time that Canadians decide what's important, they act unethically? I'd like to have the comments from the member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Donc, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank my colleague for the question. And it really is, it's baffling. And I've got to say that as the official opposition shadow minister for ethics, I thought that once we were into a global pandemic, that I would be, put out of work as a shadow minister, and that the Liberals would finally say, you know what, we need to keep our stick on the ice. We need to focus on helping Canadians. But that's not what happened. Instead, they still repeatedly found ways to try and skirt the rules and to put their toe over the line. And so it's tremendously disappointing for Canadians and really does damage to our democratic institutions when we have these repeated and flagrant violations of ethical rules of this place. Well, we're going to keep letting Canadians know when they occur and keep giving the Liberals the opportunity to do the right thing.
Questions, commentaires, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to know the member's position with respect to the transparency, ethics, and whatnot as we see, and what measures could be put forth in order to fix these issues. The honourable member has 45 seconds for his answer.
Well, thanks very much for the question. And I think that we're in a position now where we need to put in place, penalties for members and real meaningful consequences for members who are unable or unwilling to follow the rules of this place. Canadians expect us to come here and to frankly be able to, at a minimum, follow the rules, but also to set an example. If members are unable and unwilling to do that, there needs to be meaningful consequences in place. So that there's a strong deterrent and that members work hard to follow the rules.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Much, Mr. Speaker, and 10 minutes is barely enough time in which I could spend on this particular issue and trying to hold the opposition accountable for what I believe is in many ways a very irresponsible behavior, and they are not doing Canadians well to the degree in which they want to focus attention on issues such as this, especially during a pandemic, Mr. Speaker. I understand why it is they do it, because nothing has really changed. I'll go back to Stephen Harper when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister and the leader of the Liberal Party was first elected as leader of the Liberal Party. Take a look at some of those SO31s that were being spoken about. Take a look at the advertising, the hundreds of thousands of dollars of advertising that the Conservatives targeted at the leader of the Liberal Party back then. Fast forward it to Canadians throughout the Harper regime and brought in a Liberal majority government, Mr. Speaker. Virtually since day one, nothing has changed. The Conservative Party is so preoccupied about character assassination of the Prime Minister. And if it's not the Prime Minister, they'll look for the Minister of Finance. They'll look for other ministers. They're more concerned about the personalities than the policy. Now, that's fine. They're their official opposition. They can set their agenda and have their agenda all they want. I've been talking about this for a number of years already. this government continues, as it did from day one, to focus our attention on Canada's middle class and those aspiring to become a part of it. That has been the #1 focus of this government since day one, and it will continue to be a priority for this government.
Ligne avec l'honorable député de.
A point of order from the member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes. Please proceed.
Well, thank you, Chair. My question to the Chair is with respect to a ruling on the relevance of the Parliamentary Secretary's comments. The debate that we're having deals specifically with the Maloney report concerning the member for Etobicoke Lakeshore. And while the Parliamentary Secretary is raising questions about parliamentarians who haven't been elected to this chamber for many years, I'm looking for your ruling or direction to the member on being relevant with respect to the violation of the ethics code for the member of Etobicoke Lakeshore, the subject of the Maloney report. Thank you, Chair.
Je remercie le député, toujours sur le même.
I'd like to thank the honourable member. On the same point of order, the honourable parliamentary secretary.
Mr. Speaker, and I suspect that the clock's been stopped, so I'm not losing time. Thank you. To the member, he might not necessarily like what it is that I am saying, but to try to say that I am not relevant to the debate, all one needs to do, Mr. Speaker, is read the comments in terms of what it is the minister or the member was actually talking about, where he talked about in regards to ethical standards and continued that character assassination during his speech, Mr. Speaker. So there's in no fashion whatsoever could he even, I believe, remotely say that I am not being relevant, because everything I've been saying to date so far has been completely consistent with the type of things in which he's been saying when he introduced his comments.
Bon, alors j'invite le secrétaire parlementaire.
Now I have heard the arguments, and in light of decisions made in the past, I will return back to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to continue his remarks. He's got 7 minutes and 26 seconds left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And here's why it's so important that the people that might be following this debate, when we talk in terms of what it is that has been a priority of this government, and I made reference to the middle class and those aspiring to be a middle class, things changed earlier this year. In the beginning of 2020, we began to recognize that there was going to be a world pandemic called the COVID-19. That is something in which all Canadians, people around the world, recognized that governments needed to be able to work together, to work collaboratively in order to focus our attention on that issue. Now, the member talks about the we issue. And the Conservatives, and in good part supported by other opposition parties at times, will try to label it as an issue of corruption. I don't believe there is anything corrupt, Mr. Speaker. I do believe that there were some mistakes that were made. But that doesn't make it corrupt, Mr. Speaker. And then if you take a look, like when the member makes reference to the prorogation of the session, you know, for the first time in 30 years, the House actually sat during the summertime. We sat in a committee format, but committee in theory, in reality, members were sitting inside this chamber and hundreds, if not thousands of questions were being asked of the government. Now you would think that the focus of that discussions and that debates, those questions at the time would have been around the coronavirus. I was here. I listened to the many questions that were being asked, the hundreds going into thousands of questions, Mr. Speaker. I can't recall people asking, or members from the official opposition asking about the vaccination issue. I can't recall them saying, well, are you going out? Who are you consulting? Do you have agreements or anything of this nature? Mr. Speaker, they instead wanted to push on other issues, and that's fine. They are the official opposition, they get to ask the questions that they would like to ask. But to try to give a false impression, an impression that tries to say to Canadians that we are not a transparent and accountable government, I'll take exception to that. Because the examples that I could give in terms of, in particular, with this particular Prime Minister, go all the way back until when he was first elected leader of the Liberal Party in the third party, where he attempted, through unanimous consent, to bring in proactive disclosure for all members of this House. And we know how that went. The Conservatives said no to it, Mr. Speaker. The leader to the member that just spoke, the former Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, actually said no to proactive disclosure. He had to be brought into it, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker. The Conservatives have been so consistent in regards to wanting to avoid talking about the issues that our Canadians are having to face. I find it amazing. Here we are, the last day of the year. What do you think is on the minds of our constituents in Canada, Madam Speaker? I believe it's still a pandemic. I believe that in this holiday season, when people are going to be selling Christmas and the birth of Christ, they're thinking about family and friends and not being able to be together. I think they're concerned about the economy. I think they're concerned in terms of the many different issues we've had to face in 2020. Those are the issues that Canadians are concerned about. One would think that that's the type of discussions that we should have, especially given it's the last day of the year, Madam Speaker. You know, a week or so ago, they were all hung up on the issue of the vaccinations, and that's good. It's good that they were talking about vaccinations. And it's so encouraging. You know, it's interesting. Not one country in the world, from what I understand, actually had a vaccination for their people in the month of November. It's only in December where we're actually now starting to see vaccinations around the world, people being vaccinated. And Canada will be one of those countries. Canada has a wide number of individual or companies so that we have the best opportunity to ensure that our country will be vaccinated in a timely fashion. We have done some incredible work in that whole area, Madam Speaker. And to me, it's issues of that nature. It doesn't mean that you got to stand up and applaud the government. No, you can still be providing constructive criticism and critiquing the government on issues of that nature, Madam Speaker. But instead, the Conservatives stand alone, and it'll be interesting to see in terms of my New Democratic friends or friends from the bloc in terms of their take on this. Is this the most appropriate debate that we should be having today, Madam Speaker? I would say no. I believe that we should be listening to what our constituents are saying. And I only wish that I had more time, Madam Speaker, because I believe I have about 30 seconds left, to be able to expand in terms of all the good things that Canadians have done over the last number of months in that Team Canada approach at dealing with the negative impacts of the coronavirus pandemic. We have seen so many heroes in so many ways, different levels of government cooperating, making a difference. Have mistakes occurred? Yes, there have been mistakes, Madam Speaker. But let there be no doubt, we have independent officers of the House of Commons that are there to ensure that there is standards that are respectful and being followed. And that is something in which all of us have agreed to in terms of the independence of the Commissioner. Thank you, Madam.
The time is up. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Speaker, and thanks to the parliamentary secretary for his comments. So maybe a couple quick questions for him. Does he believe that there is damage done to Canadians' confidence in the job that this government's doing, this important job they're doing during a pandemic, when there are these ethical questions? And does the member not believe that the House should concur in a report of the independent officer of Parliament who's found this violation of the code in the Maloney report by the member for Etobicoke Lakeshore? So those are two very important questions. Does he think that these types of when the ethical rules are broken and those contraventions are verified by independent officers of Parliament, should we concur that in? And if so, will he vote to concur it in? And does he think that this hurts Canadians' confidence in the ability of the government to do their job if we see repeated ethical violations, not in 2011, but today in 2020?
One moment, please. I have a point of order. The Honourable Minister of Small Businesses and Exportation.
I am tabling responses to order paper questions number 206 to 208. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the answer from the member from Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Where I would concur is the fact that we have seen in 2020 a very unusual year because of the pandemic. And there has been a call to arms in a very strong sense to be able to fight that pandemic. And we have seen a wide spectrum of society, different levels, governments, nonprofits, profits, all forms of individuals coming together to do whatever it takes to minimize the negative impacts of the coronavirus. And to believe that there's not going to be any mistakes would be somewhat naive. Mistakes have occurred. But to take a mistake, especially once there's been an apology, and to try to turn it into a mountain, I believe is inappropriate, especially given the times and the gross exaggeration that has taken place in this situation.
The honourable member for Shefford. I find that the pandemic is being used for a lot of things as excuses. He was contacted by Mr. Dion. He said, I was very busy helping my constituents. I think, he said he took the time to answer, everything was solved. But despite this exceptional context of this pandemic, it's not a reason to not meet our obligations as elected officials.
Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I think that there is an expectation that the public have, both of government and opposition parties, of whatever political stripe they might be. And we have an independent office of ethics. We have a commissioner, and I believe the commissioner has done a good job, Madam Speaker. And when the commissioner, whether the current or former commissioner, has come to us and said that, look, there's been a mistake, there has also been guidance in terms of how it is that we rectify that, and we have respected that. Now, my concern is that sometimes opposition parties will be overly focused on something that just might not necessarily be there. And, I wish I had more time and I would go into it in more detail, Madam Speaker. It's not, and I'm not trying to tell opposition what they can and cannot do, but I do believe that there has been a gross exaggeration in terms of the whole ethics issue coming from the Conservative Party of Canada.
We have time for a brief question.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. In terms of this case, it's rather simple. He's right to mention that we should be looking at more important issues. But can the member not just respect the decision of the Ethics Commissioner and apologize so we can move on to something else? I'd like a simple and honest answer on this. Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary, a brief answer, please.
Very briefly, when the report came out, the member from Etobicoke Lakeshore, where the report is named after, apologized right away. That's the way the system is set up, Madam Speaker. Mistakes will happen on both sides of the House. And the honorable thing to do is what exactly the member in question did. And it's unfortunate that people just don't accept it, Madam Speaker, because after all, we are all human. And as I say, mistakes will be made. We take ownership of those mistakes and act accordingly.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Right away, I will spare you any suspense and announce that the Bloc will support this Conservative motion. However, we're going to take advantage of this opportunity to think about things a bit more in terms of ethics and the role of the Commissioner and what he should have the right to do in terms of future modifications and suggestions that we could make to give the Commissioner of Ethics greater powers, which he's requesting, in fact. However, I'd like to remind everyone of the facts and the reason we're here in terms of the member for Etobicoke Lakeshore. On November 19th, the Ethics Commissioner tabled a report that stated that the member for Etobicoke Lakeshore did not meet his obligations with respect to Section 21 of the Ethics Code because he omitted to declare all of his personal interests and those of his family within a reasonable time frame, even after this deadline was extended until February 7th, 2020. The first step in the process for members was to declare their interests to the Commissioner within 60 days after the announcement in the Gazette of Canada and their election at the House of Commons, which we all had to do at the beginning of last year. In our case, you had to announce all your interests or potential conflicts of interest before January 7th, 2020. The member for Etobicoke submitted a declaration, but there was information missing, and he was given an extension, which other members also did, and he was given until February 7th to supply the information. And even after that deadline, there were still information missing from the file, and the initial declaration was insufficient and did not meet the obligations of what was being requested. And it took until September 1st, 2020, before the member for Etobicoke finally did complete the information. And the problem was that despite the numerous requests of the Ethics Commissioner, the member did not provide the documents requested. Despite several attempts at communicating from the ethics to move the file forward, the information still wasn't provided, and the media got involved. The paper starting to ask the member why he hadn't still completed the report. And as my colleague said earlier, he mentioned it was because of the pandemic. And perhaps you remember that on January 7th and February 7th and January 7th, the pandemic was still simmering abroad and the House was still sitting. Here in Canada, we hadn't been dealing with that health crisis yet, and happened after those times. The member knew his obligations in terms of disclosing this information to the Ethics Commissioner. It wasn't the first time he was elected to the House. Also, the member in his previous life was a lawyer. And when you are a lawyer, you know you have also diligence obligations to meet, and you have to quickly answer when you're asked to do something and provide information. It's a question of courtesy, even. And it took him till September 1st, 2020, It's not just simple carelessness here, it's negligence. And that is why the Commissioner finally emitted a recommendation and recommended sanctions. And this is the first time we've seen this in this context. The Ethics Commissioner was very irritated because there was a lack of respect and diligence on the behalf of the member. The Commissioner, in his report, reminded everyone of the importance in terms of respecting the rules in the code, and this report should remind everyone to respect their obligations in terms of the code, and these regulations ensure transparency and accountancy to the Canadians. No pandemic can justify not meeting these transparency rules. On the contrary, it should be even more important in the context of a pandemic to make sure things are transparent. However, this is not the first time that the Commissioner has made such comments in terms of his role. In September 2018, the Commissioner referred to the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs at the time, and he said that that minister had not respected the ethics rules because he gave a fishing license to a company that may have brought in millions, even though the minister's family was being employed by that company at the time. There was already an issue at the time, and the Commissioner had suggested that there should be greater powers. He should have more ability to intervene since there was a breach of confidence and ethics regulations were not respected. And the recommendation and the comments of the Ethics Commissioner at the time are even more relevant today, given some of the issues we've had with ethics in recent years. We can think of everything that happened with Aga Khan. The Prime Minister and his family had the privilege of having a paid vacation, that also caused him blame from the Ethics Commissioner. There's also the whole interference in the SNC-Lavalin affair. And more recently, we can think of a trip that was paid by We Charity to the former Minister of Finance. And there's also the whole We Charity file for which the House was prorogued this summer to try to avoid this discussion. And we can also mention the hiring of family members in writing offices, which is another violation of the Ethics Code. So we would like to look a little bit more at the Ethics Commissioner's role. And he has suggested 4 recommendations that should be considered. And first, when the violation committed is quantifiable and has a monetary value, it should be reimbursed. For example, the Prime Minister should had to have paid back the $40,000 from the trip he took to Aga Khan's island. And, well, it could have gone up to $200,000 if the rule had been applied. And we could also suggest a more substantial penalty to be imposed if the code is violated, because $500 is not enough, and the Ethics Commissioner was suggesting around $10,000. And in some cases, parliamentary privileges could even be suspended, which could perhaps mean that those who are higher up in the parliamentary hierarchy will be more accountable, and there will be greater sanctions for someone who is not showing full transparency or respect for the ethics rules.
And finally, we could consider the matter of the immediate family of parliamentarians. Because there should be an ethics code for these people too, perhaps they should be under the ethical code in the same way as the MP. That might have an effect in some cases. Some cases that we've seen recently, for example. So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, what we're proposing is a little bit like what the Ethics Commissioner is suggesting himself. That the Ethics Commissioner have more powers, and that would be better because it would mean that every time there's a problem, we wouldn't have to go through the same process. Instead, we could give more powers to the Commissioner, and to mean that parliamentarians won't be able to get away with things with a simple slap on the wrist or an apology.
The government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, the member can't have it both ways. You can't say, well, I like what the Ethics Commissioner is saying, and then quote something to your advantage. And then on the other hand, when the Ethics Commissioner says something that you don't like, you misrepresent it. So, for example, the member made reference to Bill Morneau. What did the Ethics Commissioner say about Bill Morneau and the expenses? He believed what the minister at the time explained and said that there was no conflict. Yet the member just put on the record, Madam Speaker, a thought that the Minister Morneau or the former minister did, in fact, violate. You can't have it both ways. The idea with an ethics commissioner, Madam Speaker, is to take the politics out of it. And we see that as a good thing. And I'm wondering if the member would recognize what it is that she's just done. Is that not a conflict in itself?
Honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Well, in all events, the minister ended up leaving his position, which may in itself confirm that there was an ethics problem. But ultimately, that was the minister's decision. However, I don't think that there's an internal conflict in what I said when I said that there should be more authorities for the ethics commissioner, regardless of the situation. And in future, that is exactly what would be able to take the politics out of ethics, which would be a good thing. That would give more teeth to the ethics commissioner, more independence, to ensure that his recommendations not be just recommendations, but also that there be actual sanctions. The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I think we have some similar ideas, and she's made some clear recommendations, despite the rather confusing remarks made by the parliamentary secretary. Now, if we look at what happened with the former Minister of Finance, Bill Morneau, he was found guilty of violating election law and received a $300 fine. And when he violated the Conflict of Interest Act, he was only fined $200. For a multi-millionaire who's a banker on Bay Street, well, that's something he can afford practically every morning for his morning coffee. So I'd like to hear from my colleague about what she thinks about these low amounts in the fines. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Indeed, these low fines, even for each and every parliamentarian, given the salaries we make, $200 seems extremely low. And that is why we're proposing higher fines, like $10,000. But also, we are proposing that there should not only be financial sanctions, but ultimately hit at the very heart of what we do, parliamentary privilege. Specifically, the role that certain parliamentarians have as ministers.
Islands Rideau Lakes.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'll thank the member for Saint-Jean for her speech and comments. My question for the member is whether or not she believes that repeated contraventions of the Conflict of Interest Act and the Code for Members, if it affects the confidence that Canadians have in members of Parliament and in the Government of Canada to effectively deliver on our responsibilities, particularly in the context of the emergency situation that we're in with the pandemic, records amounts of money being spent, the need for vaccines and rapid testing. Are Canadians not convinced that this government can handle the task in front of them when we know that they can't act ethically?
L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean, 1 minute. I believe that Canadians are tired of these repeated ethics scandals. And the fact that they're happening over and over shows that the sanctions are not appropriate because they don't seem to have a dissuasive effect. If people are committing repeat offenses against the ethics code, perhaps it's because the sanctions aren't appropriately scoped. We should give more authority and scope to the Commissioner as he's been requesting.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Fortuitous, I suppose, that I'm in the House today. I'm here for another reason. I didn't know we were going to be having this discussion today, but I'm glad I'm here because somebody has questioned my honor and I'm going to stand here and defend it. And I will issue a challenge right now to any member in this House, any member who's listening online, or anybody who hears about this later. I will stand with you anywhere, anytime, and debate my ethics, defend my ethics and my honor. Sometimes politics gets reduced to, well, let's just say what it is. People play dirty. They get cheap. So when the member from Leeds Grenville presents this today, that's how I would categorize it. Nothing more, nothing less. Let me start by saying I have total respect for the Ethics Commissioner, the Office of the Ethics Commissioner, and the process they use when they're going through reports and preparing reports. When the report was tabled in the House of Commons a few weeks ago at 10 o'clock, I stood up virtually in the House of Commons and I did what the Ethics Commissioner recommended. I apologized, and I apologized unconditionally because I respect him and the office. So to now ask for a concurrence at this House can only be characterized as an assassination of my character or using me as an assassination of the character of this government. And I'm glad I'm here to defend myself. Now, I don't know whether the member from Leeds Grenville or other members have actually taken the time to read the report in its entirety. It appears to me they haven't. Because if they had, they would feel ashamed for some of the remarks they've made today, Madam Speaker. Let me tell you those facts. When we were elected in the fall of 2019, we were all required to file our compliance statement. My statement was due in early January. The House was not sitting, if you recall. I emailed the Office of the Ethics Commissioner, apologized because I was late and that I would be filing it in short order. I returned to Ottawa in January when the House resumed sitting. I had my report, my information hand-delivered to his office on January 23rd, 2020. On January 24th, 2020, I returned to my office from question period, and a member of my staff said to me, "Oh, there's more information they need." I asked her how she knew that. I walked over to her computer, and I was looking at an email from the Ethics Commissioner's office, which had scanned my complete report and all of my financial personal information that I had submitted to him the day before. Let me ask every member in this chamber, how would you feel if that happened to you? It's a rhetorical question because I know the answer. I immediately picked up the telephone. I called his office. I expressed my dissatisfaction with what had just taken place. I said I expected to have a conversation with the Ethics Commissioner himself because I would like an explanation, and bluntly, I'd like an apology. I subsequently received an email from his office, a staff member in his office, with a "I'm sorry," but no word from Mr. Dion. I again put in writing that I would like to hear from Mr. Dion to explain to me how this could have happened and to explain to me, more importantly, how he will take steps so it doesn't happen again in the future. Over the course of the next weeks, I had another email from the office, several of them in fact, and some of them are laid out on the report if people want to care to read it, in which I detailed, I said, I have given you all of my information. I don't have any more information. What had not been provided, there was 5 boxes that I didn't tick on one page of this very long disclosure statement. And I told them the reason I didn't tick those boxes is because I didn't truly know the answer. I wasn't hiding anything because they had then all of my financial, personal information, which answered the questions asked in the disclosure statement that they said was outstanding. I reiterated that position several times until early March, when I got a response from his office saying, here's the information that's outstanding. I responded, I said, I still expect to hear from Mr. Dion. But if you want it again, I'll send it to you. And perhaps that's where I fell down, because I didn't send it to him, because that was on March the 5th, and everybody will recall on Friday, March the 13th, this House adjourned for 5 weeks, which at the time we thought was a lengthy period because of the pandemic. Over the course of the next several months, I did what every other member of Parliament was doing. I worked with my constituents to make sure they were safe, make sure they were able to be brought back to Canada safely, make sure they got the services that were available to them, and that was my total occupation at the time. Mr. Dion sent me 3 letters over the course of 3 months, to which I did not respond, and I apologized to him. Nonetheless, I did not hear from Mr. Dion, nor did they ask for further information. They were asking me to tick those 5 boxes. Ultimately, in August of this year, I ticked the 5 boxes and I sent them back. There was no additional information. But by this point, there had been an investigation opened. And according to the process, you can't call it back once it started. So I had to go through this process with Mr. Dion and his counsel in his office, and I explained all of this to them. And through that process, I explained to him that I do respect his office. And what happened after that is we're getting into the detail, repeating myself, but there was nothing new, Madam Speaker. What I did in January was what was done in August. If everybody can go to the website, the Ethics Commissioner's website, and there's several columns. You have not submitted your disclosure statement. You have submitted, but there's some outstanding information with you. There's outstanding information with his office, or complete. My status on that website until about August 20th of this year was not completed, not submitted anything, which was factually incorrect because I did. And that's what gave rise to this whole issue. So read the report, because nowhere in there does it say I hid anything, I failed to disclose anything, I handed it in late. In my previous life, somebody stands in this House and tells me what the job of a lawyer is. I took great pride in practicing for over 20 years before I came to this House. And ethics and responsibility were 2 of my hallmarks. And I'll line up people to back me up on that. When you use the word negligence, how dare you? Madam Speaker, when I was practicing, if somebody in my office had disclosed confidential information of one of our clients inadvertently, I would expect the most senior person in my office would pick up the phone and issue a formal apology and explain how this happened. I stood in this House and apologized because that's what I was required to do. I'm here doing it again. But don't anybody dare question my ethics or my integrity. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. My honourable colleague has referred to the report. It states that on the 1st of June, the Commissioner sent him a letter. On the 27th of June, the Commissioner had not received an answer and requested an interview. On the 10th of July, with no answer, the Commissioner resent the 25th of June letter requesting an interview. There was still no answer. On August 5th, the Commissioner published the list of the members who had not met their obligations. And the member for Lakeshore Etobicoke was the only one not to have done so, and that is why, at that point, things were pursued. And so, can my colleague really say that this attitude was respectful of the Commissioner?
Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Well, as I guess maybe she didn't listen to my remarks. I acknowledged receiving those 3 letters, and I said I did not respond to those 3 letters, and I explained why today, and I explained why to the Commissioner. And that wasn't indicated in August that I had not complied. It was done in January. Go look at the website now. There's members in this House who haven't fully complied, on all parties, I can assure you. Anyway, I'm not going to repeat it, but please read the report, because you will learn the facts as I presented them. I gave the Commissioner all of the information in January. I acknowledge not responding to those letters, but there was no new information. And as I said, I was not intending to disrespect. So if somebody deserves to be punished for handing something in late, I'm guilty, because that's what happened here, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, the first thing I'd like to say, Madam Speaker, is that I'd like to congratulate the courage of my colleague who is taking the time to appear in the House and rise today. It's not easy. Now, regarding the statements made to the Ethics Commissioner, I'm one of those who does have that weak spot where I procrastinate. Now, many letters are sent, many reminders. We're given many chances to provide all the documents. It's not a fun process. But didn't my colleague ultimately adopt an attitude of confrontation towards the Commissioner by refusing to answer these letters, which led to the situation today? I would have thought that he had plenty of time to answer the Commissioner's questions and requests.
For Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Thank you for the question, and thank you for your kind remarks. Believe me, courage is not the emotion I'm feeling right now. It wasn't a confrontational at all. I didn't choose to overtly not respond to him. I say it again, I believed then, as I do now, that I had provided all of the information. Yes, those letters went unresponded, but keep in mind what was going on at the time. I'm not saying it's a valid excuse, I'm just telling you what happened. It wasn't intentional, it wasn't a shine of disrespect to the Commissioner. I was preoccupied doing what we were all doing at the time. So I wasn't trying to pick a fight with the Commissioner by any means. In fact, I was trying to work with him to get this process completed. And it could have gone a different direction. I think based on the facts, I hope people here today understand what I went through and how unfortunate this discussion is we're having here today. And again, I thank you. I thank the member for his comments.
For a brief question, the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too would thank the member for Etobicoke Lakeshore for rising to answer questions and to give his statement today. To the member, I have read the report in its entirety, and I would quote from it where it says that I won't say the member's name, submitted a disclosure statement, but it was missing some information, which he was given until February 7th to provide, and it goes on. So the member said that the report was late. The Commissioner has said that the report, the information provided, was incomplete. So does the member disagree with the Commissioner's findings?
The honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore, a brief response.
Okay, I'll take him at his word that he read the report, but maybe he wasn't listening to what I said earlier. What was outstanding was not information. It was answers to questions on the form, which I had told them I did not know the answer to. But the supporting documentation was all there. There was 5 boxes. And I'm happy to sit down with him anytime he wants and go through this, and I'd love to know what he would have done in the circumstances.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Carleton.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The member has risen. He has stated his case. The report is public. The information is before Parliament. Canadians can render their own decision. And I, too, add my voice to those who thank him for showing up here and making his case in person. I know that must not have been an easy thing to do, but it takes courage. I also thank the member for Leeds Grenville for carrying out his duty to hold government accountable and to the highest standard of ethics. All of that being said, the controversy is about the disclosure of financial assets. And so I wouldn't be parting very far from the subject at hand if I were to talk about this government's non-disclosure of its financial assets. If we're going to require a Liberal MP or any MP to disclose his assets and therefore interests, surely the assets that belong to the Canadian people should be equally disclosed. The subject here is ethics and transparency. And so I turned the House's attention to hundreds of billions of dollars of assets that are owned by the Canadian people, but for which we have not experienced adequate transparency. The government not only spent $80 billion without giving serious transparency to the parliamentary budget officer. Further to that, the Bank of Canada has purchased $400 billion of assets without disclosing all of the financial implications, the costs, the buyers, and the sellers for which those transactions occurred. This represents a monstrous transfer of wealth, Madam Chair. Since the crisis began in March, the bank has begun purchasing financial assets, mostly government bonds. The result has been to drive up the value of those assets and therefore the wealth of the people who hold them. It has been noted in this House that the 15 wealthiest billionaires in Canada have seen their net worth rise by over 30% since the pandemic began. And that can't just be pandemic profiteering, because many of these billionaires have assets in fields that have not done well during the pandemic. So what has caused these assets to inflate in value? Well, the answer is whenever the government, through its central bank, prints $400 billion of money and pumps it into the financial assets of the system, those who have assets become wealthier. And that would be just wonderful if there were no consequences for anyone else. But the historical experience is that when governments print money to pay their bills, which is effectively what they're doing here, that eventually it raises the cost of living for everyone else. Now, the bank claims they're technically not printing money. Well, the data that is available tells exactly the opposite story. In fact, the number of banknotes in circulation, these are the dollar, the bills, the 5s, the 10s, the 20s, that you could purchase things with, is up 8%, even at a time when people are using paper cash less than ever before. This is the largest percentage increase since the mid-1980s. M1 money supply is up 17%, even while the economy shrinks. And when the supply of money exceeds the production of goods and services, eventually, though not immediately, you experience inflation. A phenomenon that the Governor of the Bank of Canada admitted to me before the Finance Committee falls heaviest on the shoulders of the poorest people. Why? Because they deal disproportionately in cash, whereas the wealthy can protect themselves from inflation by shoveling their money into assets that inflate in value. The poor deal mostly in cash and therefore have their very limited net worth eaten away. And so here we have a monstrous policy of transferring wealth from wage earners to asset holders, from the working class to the wealthy. Now, the Prime Minister should know this, because when he was asked his definition of rich versus middle class, he said, well, the middle class are the people who live off wages. The rich are those who live off assets. And here right now we have a policy that is specifically designed to transfer wealth from those who earn wages to those who earn capital gains through their assets. There is no doubt that this phenomenon will lead to a greater concentration of wealth, that the wealthiest 1% who own the most expensive and luxurious real estate and have in their portfolios the most stocks and bonds and other financial instruments are going to continue to see their net worth expand having done nothing, by the way, to deserve that expanded net worth. It is not because they invented a new product or delivered a new service. It's simply because they sat back in their rocking chairs while the governor of the Bank of Canada and the banking system that it creates pumped air into those very same assets. Try to talk to a young person who's attempting to buy a house these days. The asset inflation of real property has put that out of reach. Whereas the wealthy who are already landed and in possession of luxurious real estate properties become wealthier and wealthier still. And yet, here we are debating the disclosures of one member's personal assets. I can't get the Bank of Canada to give me information about the amount it paid and what it got for its purchases of these assets. One of the very interesting things about how this all works is that the Bank of Canada is the financial agent of the government. So when this government runs these huge deficits, it raises the money by selling bonds into the marketplace to investors. But with this new program of printing money and purchasing assets, the bank is now buying back the very same bonds that it sells out. So it sells a bond to a wealthy investor to raise money for the Prime Minister to spend. And then, sometimes in the same week or month, purchases the same bond right back from the same investor. Now, I've asked the Bank of Canada if there have been cases where the bank sells a bond and then buys it back at a higher price, thereby profiting the investor at the expense of the taxpayer-owned bank. In other words, the investor gets rich by arbitraging the difference between the price at which he purchased the bond from our central bank and the price for which the bank bought it right back. Now, the bank won't tell me if this is happening, but when we're talking about $400 billion worth of transactions, that is bigger than the normal program spending of the Government of Canada for a year. It is twice as much as the governments of Canada spend on health care. To put it into perspective, it is an absolutely enormous sum of money. And yet, the bank won't release information on who's profiting at whose expense. So I asked the finance minister, and she said, well, ask the Bank of Canada. Well, I did ask the Bank of Canada. They won't give me the numbers. And so we have in the House of Commons here MPs who are squabbling, NDP is squabbling over a $6 billion wealth tax. Okay, the Liberals are bragging that they brought in a new tax on stock options that's going to raise $50 million. Okay, we're talking about $400 billion here that the central bank is playing with. Many, many orders of magnitude larger in sum and consequence than the chicken scratch that Liberals and New Democrats are fighting over. They always tell us they're so worried that the rich are getting richer. But when our central bank that is supposed to be accountable to us, whose $5 million in shares are held in the name of the finance minister, pumps $400 billion into financial markets and enriches the wealthy and powerful at the expense of the working class wage earner, you hear nothing but silence from the social justice warriors on the other side of the House of Commons, because they're just fine seeing the wealth gap get bigger as long as government gets bigger along with it. We on this side of the House believe in financial transparency, in merit-driven wealth rather than crony capitalism. And we call on this House to demand greater accountability and transparency from our central bank and from our government, because this money is Canadians' money, and we are their voice.
It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings on the motion at this time. According to the debate on the motion will be rescheduled for another sitting, and the honourable member for Carleton will have 5 minutes for questions and comments at that time. It being 1:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Ordre du jour, orders of the day.
Private members' business. Debate on motion M18, Irish Heritage Month, standing in the name of Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney, seconded by Ms. Hutchins, moves that in the opinion of the House, the government should recognize the important contributions that Irish Canadians have made to building Canada and to Canadian society in general, and should mark the importance of educating and reflecting upon Irish heritage and culture for future generations by declaring the month of March as Irish Heritage Month. Debate the honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Etobicoke Lakeshore, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And now the real reason I'm here. Madam Speaker, 2020 has been a year we will all remember. It's been a year that at times brought us together, and a year that challenged us and as a nation in ways that we never thought possible. Now, it's always great to find a way we can come together in this chamber, and it's my hope that this motion will be one of those cases, a sentiment that has become more important within the last hour. Today, I ask this House for its support for my motion to recognize the month of March as Irish Heritage Month, and I am grateful that the honourable member from Saskatoon Grasswood, the honourable member from Riviere de Mille-Île, as well as the honourable member from Elmwood Transcona will speak today. And of course, I would like to thank my colleague from Long Range Mountains, who hails from Newfoundland, which is about as close to Ireland as you can get without actually being there, Madam Speaker. To start and to be clear, this is not a motion to celebrate Irish ancestry as we do on March 17th. Rather, it's a motion to recognize the many contributions that Canadians of Irish descent have made in building this country into what it is today. It is to ask the Parliament of Canada to say thank you and to recognize how much they have contributed. Mr. Speaker, this is not to say they don't know, but it is to say that while making these contributions, the Irish community has displayed a level of modesty that I wish to recognize and to say thank you. They carry the pride of knowing how much they have contributed. Well, I want them to know that we know it too, Madam Speaker. Throughout this speech, I will do my best to make this point by talking about my country, my city, my family, and my friends. Mr. Speaker, we are a country of immigrants. One of those immigrant communities is the Irish, and it is the one from everyone knows that I come. There are many stories to choose from, Madam Speaker, from across this country, but I'm going to speak briefly about my own. In 1840, three brothers, Patrick, Michael, and James, arrived in Canada. They settled in a beautiful place not far from here called Mount St. Patrick in the heart of the Ottawa Valley. My father spoke fondly of visiting many times to a place called Maloney Mountain. I never made it there with my dad, which I always regret. Then 3 years ago, the St. Patrick's Parish celebrated its 175th anniversary, and I went at the invitation of my friend Rob Jameson. It was a special occasion. I saw Maloney Mountain, and I found the resting place of those three brothers. Well, those brothers were my ancestors, and my father was clearly proud of our heritage because he has three sons, and he named them Patrick, Michael, and the honourable member from Etobicoke Lakeshore. Now, I'm far from alone, Madam Speaker, in having Irish heritage. According to the latest census data, over 4.6 million Canadian residents lay claim to an Irish ethnic connection. This is 14% of our total population, higher even than the proportion of Irish Americans in the U.S. The influence of the Irish heritage in Canada and the depth of their affinity with Ireland is the preeminent factor in Ireland's successful nurturing of its relationship with Canada over the decades. Our Irish population almost matches Ireland itself. A number of high-profile Canadians have been actively involved over the years in the Irish peace process, including General John de Chastelain, former Defence Chief of Staff, former Police Ombudsman for Northern Ireland Al Hutchison. Other notable Canadians who contributed to the peace process include Lord Justice Hoyt, Professor Clifford Shearing, and Mr. Justice Peter Corey. There are many Canadians of Irish ancestry who form part of the Canadian political establishment. Too many to name here, but some of them are here. They represent all parties, and some have risen to great heights. I think of our former Finance Minister, the late Jim Flaherty. Two of our current cabinet ministers regularly remind me that they have Irish blood flowing through their veins. We've had prime ministers, Madam Speaker. Paul Martin, Brian Mulroney, of course, and Madam Speaker, our current prime minister comes from Irish heritage, a fact I validated on a trip to Dublin not just 3 years ago. And of course, I have to mention one of Canada's founding fathers, Thomas D'Arcy McGee. Ireland and Canada share the same values. We have a long history of promoting democratic values and human rights. Over the years, we have cooperated closely in these areas at the UN and elsewhere, both in challenging times for global democracy and political stability and during times of great peace. Madam Speaker, the political friendship between our two countries is strong. Just last week, I had a call in my capacity as chair of the Canada-Ireland Interparliamentary Group with my Irish counterpart, and we were discussing the ways in which we could safely explore how to strengthen this bond in the COVID environment and after. Our economic relationship is strong because of CETA and our own bilateral economic agreements. A few words on that, Mr. Speaker. The economic ties are important. Just as the cultural and historic bonds that exist between us are strong, CETA is eliminating tariffs. In the first year of its provisional operation prior to COVID-19, trade between Canada and Ireland increased by 1/3. Ireland presents a great opportunity for Canadian business and investment in the coming years, and Ireland is the perfect gateway to the 450 million people in the European Union. The number of jobs provided by Canadian companies in Ireland has grown by 25% since 2018, and the number of new Canadian companies expanding into Ireland has more than doubled since Brexit was passed. Well, we think it passed. But we've been in Ireland a long time. In fact, the first Canadian company in Ireland was Canada Life in 1903. With over a century of Canadian investment in Ireland, other notable Canadian companies in Ireland include Couche-Tard, Brown Thomas, Irving Oil, and Air Canada, just to name a few. As far as Ireland and Canada, the value of Ireland's trade surplus to Canada is over $2.1 billion. Canada is Ireland's 12th largest trade partner and the 4th largest outside of the EU, and as at the end of 2018, the stock of Canadian direct investment abroad in Ireland reached almost $15 billion, ranking Ireland as the 10th largest destination for direct investment abroad. We have a Blue Skies agreement, and currently Aer Lingus, WestJet, Air Canada, and Air Transat operate daily flights between the two countries. We have a double taxation treaty for the avoidance of double taxation and the prevention of fiscal evasion with respect to taxes on income and capital gains. Madam Speaker, cultural collaborations are endless. In 2021, Ireland and Canada will make a joint application for UNESCO heritage status for the Valentia Island Cable Station and Cable Station in Heart's Content, Newfoundland. These sites mark the first successful transatlantic cable was laid in 1867, thus revolutionized global communications. We have an Ireland-Canada co-production treaty to encourage the co-development of audio-visual content between producers from Canada and Ireland, signed in Ottawa in 2017, and I had the honor of being there. And of course, our roots run deep, back in time. It is no secret that Canada became a refuge for Irish immigrants from 1830 onwards. The immigration started at a time when major cholera and smallpox epidemics were prevalent. Ships flying the flag of disease were forced to dock at the quarantine station at Grosse Ile, downriver from Quebec City. Many Quebecois were eager to help them in their hour of need. Doctors, nurses, Montreal's Grey Nuns volunteered to treat the sick arrivals, risking their own lives in the process. For many Irish immigrants, it would be the only glimpse of the new land. In 1847, 50 people a day died of typhus. Many children whose parents died were adopted into French-Canadian families, but their Irish names lived on: Doyle, Murphy, Ryan, Johnson. Their descendants are among the 40% of Quebecois who claim Irish ancestry. Another Canadian destination was Toronto. During the summer of 1847, almost 100,000 migrants left Ireland, with over 38,000 arriving in Toronto with a population of 20,000 at the time. Think about that, Madam Speaker. Almost double the population arrived on the shores of Toronto over a period of a few months. Toronto opened its arms to those immigrants. Dr. George Grissett and his team set up hospital, or fever sheds as they came to be known, and provided essential medical services, and in doing so, Dr. Grissett and many other Canadian nurses, doctors, and hospital orderlies lost their own lives when they contracted typhus. The Ireland Park Foundation remembers the legacy of kindness with Dr. Grissett, which will open in Toronto in 2021, and I was proud to be part of advocating for that project. This is in addition to Ireland Park, which was established earlier with the support of the Canadian and Irish governments. Both of these commemorative sites were built by the Irish community, and I want to thank Robert Kierans in particular. Working-class Irish immigrants soon became the largest ethnic group in almost every city in Canada. It wasn't always easy. They faced challenges, as all newcomers do. These challenges were racial, religious, and economic, but they persevered, Madam Speaker. It's a testament to their strength and values. There's no shortage of evidence in every province and every town. They found work building many of our country's iconic landmarks. Irish immigrants helped to build the Rideau Canal, the Lachine Canal, and St. Patrick Basilica in Montreal, as well as the colorful heritage buildings in St. John's, Newfoundland, just to name a few. Approximately 14,000 Irish citizens moved to Canada each year during the last recession, whether on a temporary or more permanent basis. Irish-inspired events occur across the country, include the Fela Seamus Cray Music Festival in St. John's, Newfoundland, and the Celtic Colours International Festival in Cape Breton, Nova Scotia. The month of March in Toronto is busy, to say the least. Most people think March Madness is a basketball tournament. I can assure you they're referring to Toronto in March. The month starts with the raising of the Irish flag at Toronto City Hall. The community comes in droves, again, not to put on party hats and put on green sweaters. They're there to remember all those who worked so hard to give them the opportunity they now have. The Irish Person of the Year then kicks off celebrating a person from the Irish community who's been a leader dedicated to the benefit of others. With well over 1,000 people, the Ireland Fund Lunch, another event, is the world's largest Irish luncheon. Madam Speaker, there are parades, of course, and there are too many to mention, but I do want to give a shout out to my friend Sean Ruddy, who has not just kept the Toronto Parade alive, but thriving. The Irish Canadian Immigration Centre welcomes all new arrivals to this day and is named after the late and truly great Eamon O'Loughlin. The Irish People Players Theatre Group also makes sure that the Irish culture is preserved and shared with the rest of our community. The folk music of Canada owes a great debt to musicians of Irish descent, particularly in Newfoundland, Ontario, Nova Scotia, and New Brunswick. In fact, most Canadian folk songs take their inspiration from centuries-old Irish tunes and follow Irish verse patterns. Alan Doyle of Great Big Sea fame is just one example of a Canadian musician who can claim Irish roots. Stompin' Tom Connors, Denny Doherty and the Mamas and the Papas, Leahy and the next generation Leahy all came from families of Irish descent. Radio programs keep the spirit alive and help maintain the strong link between our two great nations. In Toronto, Ken Tracy and Mark O'Brien nurse us through our Saturday mornings, and Hugo Straney raises our spirits early on Sunday. St. Patrick's Day is a statutory holiday in Newfoundland and Labrador, but this day commemorating Irish contributions is held throughout Canada every year. Canada is home to many celebrations on March 17th, but one of the most prominent being Montreal's St. Patrick's Day, the oldest of its kind in North America. Mr. Speaker, the point is the Irish Heritage Month is not about green beer, funny hats, or shamrocks. It's about honoring the close bond between our two countries that is deep in our past and is about celebrating a bright future between our two countries. I simply don't have enough time today to cover it all, but there will be a second reading. There are several people I need to thank for getting me here today and helping me along the way with my own Irish awakening. Recently and locally, I would like to say thank you to our Irish ambassadors. Ray Bassett welcomed me upon my election in 2015. Jim Kennedy stewarded me through the past 4 years. Together, we created the annual Irish Night on Parliament Hill. This never would have happened without his guidance and support. And today, we are grateful to welcome Ambassador Eamon McKee. These men arrive here as ambassadors to Canada, and they leave here as great friends to this country and many who live here. And of course, there's Ethna Heffernan, the grand dame of the Irish community in Toronto. I've mentioned my own family, who, like me, are proud of the Irish heritage, like my brothers, Caitlin, Brogan, Kira, and Tegan, my nieces and nephews. Last and not least are my in-laws. I want to mention two in particular. First, Eddie, my father-in-law. He's the epitome of all things Irish. He is kind, he is generous, he is funny, he is modest, and he is proud of his Irish heritage. He's also a source of wisdom. He reminds me many occasions that if you don't know where you're going, any road will take you there. Mr. Speaker, there are people who are players in our community, and there are people who are spectators. I can assure you Eddie Brett is a player, not a spectator. Every Irish dad wants his Irish offspring to find an Irish partner. Well, Dad, I did it. And she's the best. Deirdre Brett is more than that. She's my friend and my anchor, and I'm lost without her. So, Mr. Speaker, it is clear to me that this country would not be what it is today without a great contribution from our Irish community, both past and present. In true Canadian fashion, they love the country where they were born, and they love the country in which they chose to build a new life. I stand here in this chamber today to say thank you as a profoundly grateful person of Irish heritage. So again, I ask this House and all its members to support this motion, and as an expression of that gratitude, to declare the month of March from this point forward as Irish Heritage Month in Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Well, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his remarks. In a few moments, I'll have an opportunity to make a speech of my own, and I have a question for him. Ireland raises the triple aspect with respect to sovereignty, with respect to the Republic, the UK, and Europe. I'd like to hear my colleague comment on that, if you could say a few words about that aspect.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Lakewood. Lakeshore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable friend for that important question. I mean, it raises a complex set of issues, as I believe he knows, Madam Speaker. Ireland, the north of Ireland, and the UK have a unique relationship. That relationship is being tested right now through the Brexit process and the ongoing negotiations. Answering that question in the amount of time I have right now is simply not possible. And frankly, I'm not sure that it's possible to answer in the short term in any event, given matters continue to be discussed and will be resolved in due course, we hope. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
I would like to thank the member. I can tell you that there'll be a lot of Irish folks in my community that will really appreciate that. And so this is great. But is there a recipe for green beer? That's all I need to know.
Honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Well, the easy answer is to say I only drink it, I don't make it. But so I think it's food coloring. That's the honest answer. But you know, to your point, there will be a lot of Irish people who are very proud of this. Somebody asked me recently what this means. I said it doesn't confer on rights on anybody that they don't already have, but it's a recognition of this great contribution that Irish Canadians have made to this country, and we want to show them how proud we are. Thank you for the question.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the member for bringing this forward today. He did make mention of the fact that that it is a bit of a trying time right now with Brexit and the border between the United Kingdom and the Republic of Ireland. And I know that Canada was, you know, played an important role in getting towards the Good Friday Agreement and getting that implemented. We're on the cusp right now of cementing a new trade relationship with the United Kingdom, and I wonder if he wants to offer some reflections on what role Canada can play in trying to have a positive influence on outcomes at the border between Ireland and Northern Ireland.
Member for Elmwood, for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable friend for this question. He and I had the occasion to travel to Ireland and the north of Ireland a few years ago, where we had firsthand exposure to the issues he's talking about. The Good Friday Agreement he refers to is the agreement which frankly is holding the ground firm so that as part of the Brexit negotiations and as the Brexit negotiations move forward, that there continues to be no hard border between the north of Ireland and Ireland itself. That issue is of incredible importance to people who live in Ireland. And to this moment, and we will see by the end of this calendar year, the true strength of that agreement and the true strength of the resolve of the Irish people in making sure that that stays the case. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Question, the honourable member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to congratulate my colleague from Etobicoke Lakeshore for this great initiative. Mr. Speaker, thousands of families from my region of Miramichi, including my own, have Irish roots. That is why we claim the title of Irish Capital of Canada. Miramichi has also Canada's longest running Irish festivals, including the celebration for St. Patrick's Day. Would my honourable colleague agree that Irish descendants from my region and across the country will be totally on board to celebrating their heritage for the full month of March? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very brief answer from the member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
I have no doubt that his constituents will take great pride in this motion passing and will take full advantage of celebration in the month of March. The only thing I might say is where I come from, people might take issue about which region is the most Irish, if I can put it that way. I will leave it this way: we all are, and we are all here to celebrate Irish across Canada. So thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise in the House today to speak in support of the recognition of the month of March to be Irish Heritage Month in this country. First of all, I want to thank the member from Etobicoke Lakeshore for bringing this important motion forward. The two of us have worked together for a long time on the Canada-Ireland Interparliamentary Group, and I know that this is an area that is very important to him, as well as many, many Canadians coast to coast. Irish Canadians, as we all know, have much to be proud of. In truth, they did a lot of heavy lifting in putting this massive country together and in building it into a great country that it is here today. Some Irish Canadians can trace their roots all the way back to the 17th century, when many Irish arrived in what was then New France. Some French Canadian and Acadian surnames are evolutions of Irish names that evolved due to the French influence. Irish immigration to this country continued throughout the 18th century as well, as New France and Newfoundland continued to grow as colonies. However, the main wave of Irish immigration came in the 19th century, which saw hundreds of thousands of Irish immigrants arrive on the shores of what is now Canada, many of them settling in the Maritimes and spreading throughout inland Canada. These immigrants would be crucial to the growth of major port cities like Halifax and St. John. They were a large part of the labor force in this country that constructed Rideau and Lachine canals. Today, the Canadian-Irish community is one of the largest ethnic in Canada. It has spread itself across this country, and according to the most recent census, Irish is the fourth largest ethnic group in the country, with more than 4.5 million Canadians claiming to be either full or partial Irish lineage. No matter what province you find yourself in, you can be sure that there is a thriving and proud Irish community there. For myself, as a member of Parliament from Saskatoon, I know that it's always a treat to visit the Irish Pavilion at the annual Saskatoon Folk Fest, which is put on every year by the Saskatoon Association for the promotion of Irish culture. The pride that the Irish presenters have in their heritage and the celebrations of heritage is certainly infectious, and they really truly represents a vibrant Irish Canadian community in our city of Saskatoon. In truth, Madam Speaker, there are a few communities that were as important to building Canada into the country as we have today as the Irish have. We need to look no further than our history in this chamber to set the role. Thomas Darcy McGee, one of the most well-known fathers of Confederation and a very close advisor and friend to our first Prime Minister of this country, Sir John A. Macdonald. Sir John Thompson, our fourth Prime Minister, Louis St. Laurent, our 12th, Brian Mulroney, our 18th, Paul Martin, our 21st, not to mention dozens of cabinet ministers and members of Parliament like the great Jim Flaherty. Jim always wore a green tie, and I wear one today in his honor. Of course, I can't forget our next Prime Minister, the current leader of the opposition. He will be the next to be of Irish descent in the House of Commons as our Prime Minister. I would be remiss if I didn't take time to specifically mention Nellie McClung, one of the famous five who launched the Persons case, and perhaps the women of Irish descent who has had the greatest impact on Canada and women's rights in this country. McClung and other famous five, Henrietta Meir Edwards, Emily Murphy, Louise McKinney, and Irene Parlby fought for women's rights all the way to the Judicial Committee of the British Privy Council. That was the highest court for Canada at the time, and they succeeded. Indeed, without these important Canadian leaders, we would not be the country that we are today. But political leadership is not by any means the only way to make important contributions to Canada. Indeed, our country has a rich history of Canadians of Irish lineage, leaving a lasting and profound impact in this country. We can look at groups, it's been mentioned, like the Great Big Sea, the band famous for songs When I'm Up, An Ordinary Day, or the Juno Award-winning Irish Descendants, for the prime examples of great Canadian artists of Irish descent. Now, Madam Speaker, I left out very notable exception there because he is a perfect segue into the next topic that I would like to talk about. Stompin' Tom Connors, the legendary Canadian singer-songwriter of Irish descent, famous for his songs about our beautiful country like Sudbury, Saturday Night, and Bud the Spud. His incredible work and contributions to Canadian culture earned him the Order of Canada in 1996, the Lifetime Artistic Achievement Award from the Governor-General's Performing Arts Awards, the honorary doctorates from a number of Canadian universities, multiple Juno Awards, and many other honors. He was truly one of the greatest artists in our history. And that brings me to my next point, Madam Speaker. Amongst all of his achievements and his incredible work, Stompin' Tom may very well be best known for a song that is played worldwide. And for my money, as a former sportscaster, this, without question, was the greatest sport anthem in the world, the hockey song. The good old hockey game, as Stompin' Tom would call it, is full of Canadian and heritage descent. I have it right here. It is our last day sitting in the House of Commons. I'm going to save this. I could sing it, but everybody knows. Our feet are stomping all the way. Hello out there, we're on the air. It's hockey night tonight. Tension grows, the whistle blows, and the puck goes down the ice. The goalie jump, and the players bump, and the fans all go insane. Someone roars, Bobby scores, and a good old hockey game. Oh, the good old hockey game is the best game you can name. And the best game you can name is the good old hockey game. All right. All right. You know, going further, Madam Speaker, the NHL legends that have performed on ice in this country, like Lester Patrick, Olin Nolan, King Clancy, Brendan Shanahan, Terry O'Reilly, and of course, Don Cherry. They all Irish descent. And of course, who could forget the big guy, Pat Quinn, beloved across the NHL as the Big Irishman, who received the Order of Canada in 2012 for his contributions to Canada. Not to mention some historians, as we go as far to suggest the origin of the Irish game known as the Big Hurley. What could be more important to building our country than that? And with this, all the talk of artists and athletes, let's not forget the legends of the Canadian stage, screen, and comedy that have made such a huge impact in the Irish ancestry. I think of this hour has 22 minutes. Mary Walsh, the actress behind Marge Delahunty. I think of Martin Short and Catherine O'Hara of SC TV fame, who have gone on to major careers in Hollywood and received many awards for their fantastic work. Madam Speaker, there are many more names that I could get into here today, many areas that I could sit and talk about. However, as I run out of time, I am confident that the names and some of the examples that I have talked about in today's speech will hit home with many in this country. Irish Canadian communities of this country can be proud of what they have accomplished in 152 years of this country. Madam Speaker, as it is our last speech on this side of the House, I want to wish you and your family Merry Christmas. I want to wish every member in the House of Commons Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and a joyous holiday season. It has been particularly tough on every Canadian, and this place in particular since March 13th when we left and then we found out COVID-19. So on behalf of the Conservative Party of Canada, Madam Speaker, I want to wish Canadians coast to coast to coast Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, keep the faith, and we can't wait for 2021. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thought we weren't allowed to sing in the House. Well, in that case, I'm going to ask you to dance. No, sorry. Seriously now. Today we're debating a motion that was placed on the order paper last January by our honourable colleague from Etobicoke Lakeshore. This motion seeks to create Irish Heritage Month for March, and the motion reads as follows. It's much more serious, that in the opinion of the House, the government should recognize the important contributions that Irish Canadians have made to building Canada and to Canadian society in general, and should mark the importance of educating and reflecting upon Irish heritage and culture for future generations by declaring the month of March as Irish Heritage Month. The Bloc Québécois, Madam Speaker, is entirely in favour of this motion, and we will vote in favour of it. Why? Because it allows us to highlight the undeniable contribution of the Irish to Quebec society since New France was created. And as a reminder, Madam Speaker, in the 2006 census, we counted more than 400,000 Quebecers of Irish origin. And some experts even believe that close to 40% of Quebecers have Irish blood. That's serious business. In fact, Quebec has had 5 premiers of Irish descent. Edmund James Flynn, 1896 to 1897. Daniel Johnson, the father, and his son. In Quebec, the first waves of Irish immigrants reached the national capital in the early 19th century, in 1833. As at the time religious affiliation was much more important than language, the Irish set up their own English language religious institution, namely St. Patrick's Church in Old Quebec. And this church was different from other churches attended by British Protestants and Anglicans. There were other waves of Irish immigrants that arrived in the 1840s. Many fell ill or continued migrating to other cities, including Montreal and New York. In 1871, there were about 12,000 Irish people living in Quebec City, and they made up more than 20% of its population at the time. Today, the majority of Irish people are found in the area of de Salaberry, de Maisonneuve, de la Tour, and Grande Allée streets in the wonderful Montcalm district in Upper Town, which remains the focal point for that community, with the English-speaking St. Patrick's School. In fact, it's in this area that the St. Patrick's Day Parade starts every year. In Montreal, to show the recognition and contribution of the Irish people to the city, you can see the green clover, the national symbol of the Irish people, on the flag of the city of Montreal, alongside the French fleur-de-lis, the English and Welsh Lancaster rose, the Scottish thistle, and the First Nations white pine. Irish immigrants literally built Quebec for us. In the 19th century, they dug canals, worked for the railways, and built Montreal's Victoria Bridge. The bridge was inaugurated in 1859, and it was an architectural masterpiece. It was the first bridge to span the vast St. Lawrence River from Point St. Charles to the opposite shore. And at the entrance of this bridge on the Montreal side, you can see the Irish Memorial, which commemorates the deaths of 6,000 Irish immigrants who died mainly from typhus. And in fact, last year, archaeologists conducted excavations on the site as part of the construction of the rail line. And when you talk about the contribution of the Irish, I'd also like to remind you, Madam Speaker, of the Montreal Shamrocks, an Irish field hockey club. It reigned from 1886 to 1924, and it won the Stanley Cup twice, the first time in 1899, and the second time was in 1900. And that was almost 10 years before the Montreal Canadiens were founded, obviously. So James O'Donnell is responsible for the famous architecture of the Notre Dame Basilica in Montreal. And Mr. O'Donnell is in fact buried under the floor of that cathedral. He devoted 5 years of his life to overseeing the construction of the Notre Dame Basilica in Montreal. Many typically French Canadian sounding last names are in fact of Irish origin. You can think of many family names such as Dion, who are in fact descendants of Irish and the Dillon family, as well as the Sylvain, which were once the O'Sullivans, and Duquette and Barrette. From 1849 to 1980, there were 32 Irish judges that sat on the Quebec Superior Court. And between 1867 and 1973, 44 Irish MPs were elected in the various counties of Quebec. And from 1867 to 1978, no fewer than 57 Irish people were members of the Quebec National Assembly. In terms of other contributions of our Irish friends, we can name the creation of the Laurentian Bank, which was formerly the Savings Bank. This bank is a collaboration of French Canadians and the Irish people, and it serves the patrons of the Morin family, as well as the La Fontaine, Papineau, and Cartier, and the Hinks, Drummond, Curran, O'Brien, and Workman. And we also have to mention the famous St. Patrick's Day Parade in Montreal, which is held every year since 1824. It is the oldest parade of its kind in Canada. The first St. Patrick's Day Parade was celebrated in Montreal in 1759 by Irish soldiers from the Montreal garrison, 3 years before the first edition of the famous Montreal Parade. In Montreal, between 250,000 and 750,000 participate in the St. Patrick's Day Parade every year in Montreal. And in fact, National Geographic magazine ranked the Montreal St. Patrick's Parade amongst the 10 most impressive in the world. In short, Quebec loves the Irish and Ireland. These are two proud nations. And this perhaps explains why these two nations are so close. And one day, we too hope to have the opportunity to enjoy our independence. And we hope this will happen quickly. Madam Speaker, Merry Christmas.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm quite pleased to join the debate today and speak in support of the motion to establish March as Irish Heritage Month in recognition of the contribution of the Irish to Canada. Celebrating Irish contributions is not something new to people here in Winnipeg, who for many years have had during our Folklorama Festival, not one, but two Irish pavilions in order to be able to experience and celebrate all facets of Irish culture here in Canada. Up to 4 million Canadians claim some form of Irish and some form of Irish ancestry, Madam Speaker. Puis je dois dire que
And I'd also like to say that the influences of the Irish aren't limited to Anglophones here in Canada. They also played a major role and an important role in the development of Quebec as well. I'd like to thank the member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles for having shared several details on the history of the Irish people in Quebec.
Of course, many Canadians, Madam Speaker, will have heard of figures like Thomas D'Arcy McGee, who helped forge a compromise between Catholics and Protestants and clear a path for the creation of Canada, earning him a place in history as one of the fathers of Confederation. Canadians will also have heard of Timothy Eaton, who created a retail empire which served people right across the country. Eaton's building, in fact, was a very important landmark here in Winnipeg until the turn of this past century, when it was demolished to make way for what became the MTS Center and the arena that brought the Jets back to Winnipeg. One contribution I haven't heard spoken of yet today, Madam Speaker, that I think is really important is the contribution of the Irish to Canada's labour activism. They brought a real class consciousness to working people in Canada. They were active in the Winnipeg General Strike. And personalities like Bob White, a former president of the Canadian Labour Congress, who did a lot for Canada's labour movement, hailed from Ireland. In fact, he was born in Northern Ireland, Madam Speaker. But I'm particularly pleased to speak to this motion because of my own Irish heritage and connection. In 2023, it'll be 100 years since my Irish great-grandparents followed the path of so many of their compatriots and set sail for Canada, in this case from Belfast. The years just previous to their departure for Canada had been tumultuous, and without going into detail, had led to the partition of Ireland into what we now know as the Independent Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland, with the latter continuing to be part of the United Kingdom. My great-grandparents sought refuge from the ongoing sectarian tensions in Northern Ireland in the peace and stability of Canada. Initially employed by the CNR in Transcona, my great-grandfather eventually found his way into a vocation often associated with the Irish and retired many years later as Chief of Police for Transcona. I note this personal history not just as an interesting family narrative, but because 100 years after my grandparents were married in December 1920, the world's attention is once again turned toward the future of Northern Ireland as a result of Brexit, shorthand for the United Kingdom's withdrawal from the European Union. It's not like this would be the first time that world attention is turned to Northern Ireland since the 1920s. Indeed, for the last 3 decades or so of the 20th century, what was often referred to as the Troubles claimed many lives and damaged many others. The Troubles came to an end at the turn of the century as a result of a peace process that depended for its success in part on the practical elimination of the once heavily guarded and heavily symbolic border between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland. For the last 20 years, the ordinary people of both the North and the South have been able to relate to all of Ireland and go back and forth as they please without reminders at a border of the recent violent past or the ongoing debate about their future. Brexit, by threatening a hard border between North and South, puts the recent peace at risk by creating conditions and appearances that could potentially be exploited by those who would return to a nastier political time. And so it is that as we celebrate Canada's Irish heritage with the passing of this motion, or the eventual passing of the motion, I hope, Madam Speaker, we urge all parties to the negotiations surrounding British withdrawal from the EU to act in such a way that no one ever again feels the need to leave Northern Ireland because of sectarian tensions. And I note with some happiness, Madam Speaker, that just before I came to the House here virtually, I was in a meeting of the International Trade Committee where a motion was passed recognizing Canada's important contribution to the conclusion and the implementation of the Good Friday Agreement, calling on the government to ensure that as we navigate a new trading relationship with the United Kingdom, that we do that in a way that affirms and supports the Good Friday Agreement. I note also with pleasure that a similar motion was passed at the Foreign Affairs Committee earlier this week or late last week, Madam Speaker, and glad to see that ongoing commitment by parliamentarians here in Canada to the ongoing peace in Ireland, and I think that's one of the best ways that we can celebrate that heritage is continue to play whatever positive role we can in ensuring that peace is long and prosperous back on the other side of the pond, Madam Speaker. So thank you very much for the opportunity to share those remarks.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Women and Gender Equality and Rural Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honourable members, I rise today to address motion M18, sponsored by the member from Etobicoke Lakeshore, which seeks to have the House recognise March of every year as Irish Heritage Month. Over the course of our history, we've seen the many waves of Irish immigration to Canada. Now, some have put forth the theory that Irish explorers came to Canada before the Norse. Now, I have to tell you, this is a little bit of a stretch because half my ancestry is Irish, the other half is from the Vikings. But even though the historical records show that Irish immigrants came to Canada as early as the 16th century, I want you to know that the Irish fishermen first came to the Grand Banks off Newfoundland. As a matter of fact, Canada is home to the only Irish language place name outside of Europe. When fishermen from southern Ireland arrived in Newfoundland in the 17th century, they called it Talamanisk, or Land of the Fish, and this name still survives today. So seeing as Newfoundland is my home, let me tell you a little more on this. I'm sure you didn't know that over 20% of our population today is of Irish descent. We have more in common with our friends in Ireland than you might think, but when you look at the map, we are the first place west when they depart from Ireland. So between 1770 and 1780, more than 100 ships and thousands of people left Irish ports for the lucrative fishery off Newfoundland and Labrador. These migrations were some of the most substantial movements of Irish peoples across the Atlantic in the 18th century. Over the years, they created a distinct subculture in Newfoundland and Labrador, and their descendants carried on many of the traditions. In certain places around the province, Irish culture is still richly evident. Between people, culture, and yes, even the landscape, here are the 5 reasons why Newfoundland and Labrador has often been dubbed the most Irish place outside of Ireland. The scenery and the landscape in my province is often compared to that of Ireland. Towering cliffs, rugged, ragged coastline, and rich greenery make it easy to see why the Irish felt at home when they first arrived here in the 1700s. It can be hard to distinguish between the two at times. Do you know what a scrab is, or how about a sleeveen? There are more varieties of English spoken in Newfoundland and Labrador than anywhere else in the world, and our dialects date back 4 centuries, and most of the accents are flavoured by Southern Ireland. Some Irish settlers only spoke Irish Gaelic, and while it disappeared from the island early in the 20th century, it left a number of traces that are still found today. There are a number of places in my province where the Irish connections run deep. Located in the southeastern part of the Avalon Peninsula, the Irish Loop is the heart of Irish culture and heritage in Newfoundland and Labrador. And in Tilting, a small community nestled on Fogo Island, this was the home to the first Irish settler, Thomas Burke, who arrived in 1752. And to this day, the town of Tilting is adorned with Irish flags by groups of people who are proud to display their heritage. Tilting is both a National Historic Site and a Provincial Heritage District, and for very good reason. With scenery and landscape so similar to the Emerald Isle, it's easy to see why so many compare Newfoundland and Labrador to Ireland. But, my friends, it is really the people of the province where the true connection lies. Beyond the lilts and the accents and the songs and the jigs, there is a sense of camaraderie and pride akin to a place where people leave their doors unlocked all the time, and we still do today, and you stop to have a chat with everyone you see. Real, genuine people, friendly and welcoming, all the more powerfully felt because of historical undercurrent of hardship and self-resilience. Also, in Newfoundland and Labrador, St. Patrick's Day is a public holiday. Across the islands, pubs and houses and sheds are filled early with people celebrating over hearty breakfasts, and that lead to that evening of green beer, as my colleague mentioned, and plenty of Irish song and dance. Global Greening, an initiative by Tourism Ireland, sees a host of major landmarks and iconic sites across the world turn green on St. Patrick's Day. The greenings are emblematic of the relationships that Ireland has built with countries around the world in the spirit of friendship, respect, and partnership. So it's fitting you will see many buildings aglow with green lights on March 17th, and many of them in Newfoundland and Labrador. So enough on my province of Newfoundland and Labrador. We know that records from New France include many Irish names, and it's been estimated that perhaps as many as 5% of their population of New France were Irish. However, the period starting from 1819 onward to the last quarter of the century is when the beginning of the intensive immigration from Ireland started. During that period, the majority of the thousands of immigrants were arriving each year in Canada. They were from Ireland. These large groups of Irish immigrants continued to pour into Canada until well after Confederation, when their numbers began to decline to a much smaller but still a steady flow. A sizable group of immigrants arrived between 1823 and 1825, creating a 2,000-strong settlement in Peterborough, Ontario, named after Peter Robinson, who commissioned the 12 ships that carried them to Canada. In 1871, the Canadian census provides a snapshot of the numbers of Irish in Canada in the late 19th century. So it shows that in Ontario, Quebec, and New Brunswick, and Nova Scotia, there were over 846,000 persons of Irish origin. And I have to remind you that Newfoundland and Labrador hadn't joined Confederation then, hence why our numbers aren't included. There is a popular misconception, though, that immigration from Ireland to Canada only began with the Irish potato famine, or it was also called the Great Hunger, that began in 1845. The potato was the main form of sustenance in the most Irish households, and the catastrophic failure of the potato crop over successive years resulted in farmers being unable to produce sufficient food for their families' needs. The devastating disease rotted the potatoes in the ground, rendering their entire crops inedible and destroying that primary food source for millions of people. And the potato crops would not recover until after 1852. Those who could left Ireland. They did so through dangerous and overcrowded ships. The crowded, unsanitary conditions to which people lived on the ships crossing the Atlantic created the uncontrolled spread of disease as cholera and typhus, as was alluded to earlier. Thousands ended their journey across the Atlantic in a watery grave, or in the Grays and Grosse Isle, Quebec, or in Partridge Island off St. John, New Brunswick, where the immigrants were quarantined upon their arrival. Though there is a partial record of those who died at sea, the complete record will never be known. Thousands of those who made it to Grosse Isle but later died have their resting place marked with a striking Celtic cross erected to their memory. And on Partridge Island, a Celtic cross also stands as a memorial to the Irish immigrants who died there. The history of the Irish in Canada is not just of the disaster of the potato famine, but also a story of economic and social success. The Irish recognized the opportunities that their new homeland offered. In the early years of their arrival, the Irish naturally gravitated towards the ports, the cities, and areas of high employment in the eastern provinces and as well in Quebec and Ontario. However, as their prosperity increased, many would venture even further west. An early cluster of Irish ranchers was recorded around Fort Macleod in the 1870s and 1880s, and by 1916, Alberta had over 6,500 Irish immigrants and another 51,000 who could trace their ancestry back to Ireland. That was according to the federal census at that time. In that same period, Winnipeg had a population of over 19,000 people of Irish heritage. And out of the almost 59,000 people living in British Columbia in 1881, over 3,000 listed their ethnicity as Irish in the census of Canada. According to David A. Wilson, who authored The Irish in Canada, the Irish quickly adapted to Canadian life, and by 1871, the percentage of Irish who were merchants, manufacturers, and professionals, white-collared workers, and artisans was virtually identical to that of the population at large. While it would be naive to think that there were not struggles during the early decades after their arrival, like many immigrant communities who came after them, the Irish endured and pushed forward to become an important part of the foundation of Canadian society. Our history books are filled with the names of many people of Irish descent in every occupation you can imagine, but especially in the music world. Perhaps one of the best-known Irish names and a person who significantly influenced our history is Thomas D'Arcy McGee, an early visionary of Confederation whom my colleagues before have mentioned. Born in Ireland, he arrived in 1857 and was elected the next year to the Legislative Assembly of the Province of Canada. He was a key player of Charlottetown and the Quebec City conferences that laid the groundwork for Confederation in 1867. He was known for his advocacy for minority rights and his opposition to extremism. Some of the goals that McGee aspired to for our country have become government policies, most notably our emphasis on immigration as a means to build and strengthen Canada. The establishment of an Irish Heritage Month would provide Canadians of all backgrounds the opportunity to learn, appreciate, and celebrate the many contributions that Canadians of Irish heritage have made to Canada. And
unfortunately, the member's time is up. I know that it's a very important topic and one that we could go on and on and on. And I know that the honourable member for Oshawa would like to weigh in now. And unfortunately, he only has 5 minutes at this point, and then we'll be able to have the rest of his time the next time this matter is before the House. The honourable member for Oshawa.
And thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to take this opportunity to thank the member from Etobicoke Lakeshore for standing, and I can stand in support of M18. Frankly, it brings me back memories of my family, and I want to thank the parliamentary secretary who was just before me, because my Irish side of the family landed in Newfoundland as well. And I'm sorry to say that I do know what a Slovene is. I've been called one once or twice. Madam Speaker, I take a look at the contributions of the Irish here in Canada, and I must say quite often I'm quite conflicted, because on my mom's side it's the O'Rourke side, so very strong Irish Catholic, and then on my father's side it's the Kerry side, very strong Scottish Presbyterian. So I remember my uncles joking with me when they found out I was elected as a politician. My one uncle said, you know, I thought you were going to be a cheap drunk, or you know, I thought you were going to be a drunk or very cheap. And he says, now you can be a cheap drunk as a politician. So I say that not to insult anyone, but the reality is the Irish have always been there to have a good laugh, to welcome people from all around the world, to go out around the world and share Irish culture around the world. When I think of my own family, who now, when they came over back in the early part of the century, 19th century, they moved over to Nova Scotia and Sydney, Nova Scotia. And the hard work and the work ethic of the Irish community, they really have shared in the building of our country. And for me, it makes me so proud. My family down in Nova Scotia now in Sydney, when I was visiting there as a young child, like my whole family there, 8 kids. And, you know, we never had a lot of money, but there was always room at the table for one more. It didn't matter if you came from out of town. In my family, it was an insult to stay at a hotel or a motel. You had to stay in the family. And when we think about celebration of our Irish culture, there's always the joke that said there's 2 types of people, those who are Irish and those who want to be Irish. And that comes from the joie de vivre, the ability of the Irish to look into sometimes horrible obstacles, but always strive and work forward and have the tenacity to drive forward to celebrate themselves, their family, and their culture. Madam Speaker, I look at my own family today and the culture and values of my Irish family, and also the Scottish side of the family, and how they brought that welcoming culture to our country. And I look at my family today, okay? I was born an Irish Christian. My wife was born Jewish. My 2 aunts are gay. My sister-in-law was born into the Muslim community and is a woman of color. And we all get together here in Canada. Things that separated us maybe in the old country, whether that was a religious or cultural thing, as we come over into this country, we make it a Canadian family, a Canadian statement. And what the Irish brought here as their principles and their culture and the welcoming nature to welcome everybody into their community, into their household, there was no difference. And Madam Speaker, I just feel that my colleague from Etobicoke Lakeshore, by bringing this motion forward, it's a personal thing for, I think the parliamentary secretary says something like 4.5 million Canadians feel their family goes back to their Irish roots. And it just makes us gives us the ability to celebrate Ireland and Canada together. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to continue next time.
The honourable member will have 6 minutes the next time this matter is before the House. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business is now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Comme il est 14h30.
It is 2:30. The House will now adjourn until January 20th, 2021. Happy holidays to everyone. Happy New Year.